Okay, and it seems like I'm live on everywhere now. Excellent. Let me just pop out the chats. Yes. Okay, yeah, that goes there, this goes here. I think I will be set up so an inch. Okay, yeah, all done. Now just need to go here, put that, this thing here, put it like that, and this should go like this. Yeah. Okay, so before the meeting starts, what do we have to do? We need to check out what quests we got. Emerald. What do I need for that? Explore Dark Nights. That's easy. I need the leather ones for the quests. Like, hopefully. God damn, my mic sucks. I need a new one, but it will take some time. I need seeds. I need earth seed here. Ooh, tier 9. We will do that one. Deep dive, ash, landslide. These are meh. Right build. Yes, I have a dodge build. I should change that back to 40. Is that block dodge? Yeah, okay. Shit, okay. I need to relog. Will be back right away. And we're back. Let's go do some dungeons. Soloing some dungeons. Ah, shit dungeon. Really don't need the 9s. Oh well, shit happens. At least boss is there then. Man, 5% hit on the first chance. Oh, God damn it. It's not enchanted, so unlucky. How much health? 1.1k. Holy shit. It's gonna take some time. Holy shit. Stop hitting me so hard. That was me. I will put that on the vibrate so you guys don't have to listen to it. Dodge build is the best way to go with this one. Let's take that off. Let's see if I can find night. No. Leather. I should have taken the dark night. Maybe here. Leather. I need to make some room for. Don't need them. Dark nights. I need 4 more leathers. Here. We can go back for that one. And 2 more. This shouldn't take too long. Well, let's go see what the DR6 is. Nothing special. And 1 more. Nope. Yes. Let's claim it now. Let's do. Where are my water sheets? Only tier 7. Fuck that shit. Oh, I really should take these. I really need them. Explore clothing. These things. I need to fight something, then let's fight this thing. Sea floor. Nothing special here. Aha, we got it. Okay. Rest is all. Yes. No, I really don't remember. First, yes. Okay, let's go. Let's see, maybe there's something good. Nope, nothing good. Nothing here. I mean, maybe if I wanted to make like a damage build, but meh. I really don't remember if I checked this one, so we will recheck it. Nope. Nothing good here. Okay, let's go to the low dungeons then. I will be AFK for a moment. Let's continue with this then. Well, I mean, AFK farming is excellent. to the next one then. Sometimes, like, yeah, best you can do is like it will go up 2 steps, so 4, 6, 8. That's like the best. I have heard that like actually the first one can upgrade too, but that's like super rare. I haven't actually seen it myself. And I like music. I like when it's like not as cold, you can move so much faster. I don't even remember, was this like great chance like weapon? And the victory. That's quite easy. And music is back. Okay, good. Yeah, let's check this. Still great. Like materials are always nice. Nothing special here. We will go dungeon hunting next, I think. We'll upgrade our seeds and we'll see. The city will be on our way anyway, so it shouldn't really matter that much. This is usually the easiest boss because of the low health. What the fuck, I can dodge sometimes. Wow. And let's claim more artists. And let's see what we can upgrade. Okay, a water one. Oh, okay. I could actually make it tier 5 easily. But I really don't give a shit right now. I can do that. Okay. Let's go see what's up here. H2, I believe it was. Farseed. Yes. Tier 8. Let's go dungeon. Let's hope for excess. All excess. No shit dungeon. Fuck me. God damn it. Let's see what here. Nope, nothing good. Really should do it with like 3 others, but I don't know if anyone wants the dungeon. And there are a lot of people with tier 5 seeds also. So. 560. Man, it's hard. This will go to materials. I believe like tier 9s were so much cheaper to sell than tier 10s. No point in holding. Maybe you should like upgrade the 9s too, but that's an interesting idea actually. Think about that. Because like I haven't got any use to materials, but my gold reserve is quite low. Let's see, this 7 I will do, because there's actually a pretty good chance that I will get like decently high. And you see, TX, nice. We are hoping for loot in these ones because of course we are. Music, yes, thank you. That's an okay one. 2 pieces of tier 8, most likely iron or wood. Useless trophy currently. And a nice tier 10 torch. I mean, technically tier 6 has also a chance to like go to tier 10, but like a pretty good chance. But if the dungeon is under 7, I won't do it. I think too much of a waste of time. Nope, I won't do that. That one is the wrong one. I meant to press this one. 5, nope. And again wrong one, right? Okay. Ooh, but I see it here. 7, 1. I should have thought if I wanted materials, but yeah, I was hoping for a different thing there. What was it? I think it's that one there. Frost. And it is. And it's a decent one, I guess. I mean, I'm pretty sure, yeah, tensions are guaranteed 8 or higher. So, yeah, still good. God damn it. Ah, shit. Why? Like 200 health, it's pretty okay. Frost element, let's see what it got. And the shitty ice cube. I mean, the ice cube actually isn't that bad. I'm pretty sure I used that trophy at some point, but it's useless for me right now, I think. And let's see what the Yeti drops. And leather crow, better than a trophy at least. And there's always a hope that the boss actually will drop an enchanted gear, but that's quite low chance. And no, but at least it has a socket, which is useless for a tier 9 for me at least. I'm currently working on my, I want, I don't remember the gem name, Amaranth? Something like that. That gives durability for my shield, like shield to be able to block more. I need that for the other dungeon. And let's go there, we will do this. And useless fur. Battle. Man, these go down quickly even with dodge build. There are builds that can like one-shot it, like easy. But the problem is that it's super hard to one-shot bosses. And usually if you have high damage, you don't have that much health, and they'll fuck you up. No leather cap, that's decent, I guess. Something that gives cloth is a lot better because, yeah, it always is. Pow. Well, that was an easy one. Nope. Well, at least we got the cloth one. Just the second one, yes. Wrong one. Just the correct one. Nope. Nothing special. Next closest dungeon. Is the water one, and then the it's here. Sorry. Basically, I can do only the first 3 rooms. Boss room is like, nope, not gonna happen, man. And the shit one, fuck. Shell. That is at least good for armor builds. No need to fight that. The fin is useless for me. And don't even bother. No. Ooh! That's a good one. Not that good one actually. At least a shield. Ooh, other dragon. Sheep. Oh my god. Did that give health? What did that give? I will check it out. I don't remember anymore. I think it gave decent health. And turtle shell, don't need it. Trophies. Sheep. Yeah, 150 health. That's like pretty bad. Let's go worldseed. Nothing special here. I already did that one, so yeah. That one. Pretty decent actually. Yeah, the quests are all same. Only the dungeon change. Useless dungeon again. Oh well. Next one will be the forest one. I guess I'm still waking up a bit. .72 defense, holy cock. Holy. Diamond. What did diamond give? Armor? Block chance. It gave block chance. Eliza, goddess of the earth. Man, yeah. So much health, so much defense. Oh. And he hits like a truck because of the crushing damage. Down, pow, pow, pow. God damn, stop hitting me. Those healing orbs are the fucking best. 10% heal. That's awesome. Like, yes. How much is 10% even? 20 something. Quite nice. Let's go to the next one. It's there, I think. Nope, one up. Oh, tier 9. Nice, 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 nice. That's a pretty one. Nice one. You get the best accessory here. If it's tier 10. Like, accessories are like, you need to enchant so many of them that it's not even fun. And pointless skin. To tier 9 materials, that's awesome. This fight will depend on if she gets any lucky yet. And unfortunately not. That is not enchantable, unfortunately. Dodge, dodge, hit, dodge, hit, dodge, hit. She dodged my hit? No, that's not really nice. Why would you do that? I do not understand. Yeah, that went pretty fast. She didn't get any heals off, which is excellent. Bark might be necessary for block build actually. Don't even remember what berry does. Put like armor. Man, the spear on meteor. That's rough great. Oh my god. The flavoring. Begins monologuing. Yeah, you see how she healed when he hit me? When she hit me. Yeah. Weird. absolutely not. Okay, last one will be, what's the closest way down, I think. Let's try to avoid craziness. Nope. Nope. Man, I'm losing some FPSs. I wonder why is that. Stop dropping FPS, son of a bitch. Okay, good. It's a bit bad. It was the last one, I'm pretty sure. Yep, I was right. Oh, tier 10. Nice, nice, nice. Man, that's a long tongue. If you can like wrap it in figure 8. Wait, at least it's a ring. Need some lots and lots of monies. She also has like shit ton of health. And every hit she does, she will actually like heal herself. Which is like meh, da, 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 da. And the music, hello. It's stupid. Yes, I want to continue watching. Thank you. Oh, let's take that there. That might have been an annoying one. Dodge tanking. And the victory. Let's see if there's any more decent ones. Here we will do that. Nope. 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 Only the fourth one. And then our dungeon run will be done. I don't know what to do then. Think. Man, did I quickly. White dragon. Nope, just an eye. And she will drop. Ooh, an enchanted one. Tier 8. Nice, nice, nice. That's truly a nice one. Like even tier 8 enchanted piece is like. Fuck yes. do the preview build, but I don't know if I'm feeling it. Okay, so that's all done with it. I have these two. Let's go see if I can enchant anything awesome. Might need to start farming again. Upgrade. I thought that was the wrong one actually. Yeah, nope. Nothing actually good. Let's dismantle things that we don't need and okay, so I will keep. Will I keep this? Fuck no, I will not keep this. Fuck it. Oops. Yeah, let's not go that drastic yet. I have to have some things to sell. Blockchains. Oh, that gives blockchains too. Oh, interesting. Oh, right, I need that one, second one also. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's dismantle these. Enchant. Currently I'm working on that. Yeah, no, don't have enough. What the hell did the coral one need actually? Coral wand. Ah, everything, okay. Okay. This was just crit chance 50%, yeah. That's all. I think I have it actually. That then, right? Here. Did it? Wait, I don't have it in there then? Why in the hell not? Okay, let's craft that one. Let's use this. Boom. I mean 20% chance and yes! Oh, that was so lucky. That's my crit chance, only 50%? But why? Oh, I just got like a random setting. What is it? What? Why do I have my... Something's wrong here. Berserker? Crit damage. Assassin. Yes. Assassin with a huge double blade. Okay. Let's see if I can make something happen here. Trophies. Nope. Armor. Nope. Block chance. I need crit chance. Crit damage. That's good. Crit chance 30%. Okay, let's see if there's any better ones. Crit chance also 30, 10% dodge. I'd rather take that one. Crit, it was crit chance, right? Yeah, crit chance. Damage. No, crit chance 20. Crit chance 20%. Crit damage 70%. Oh, that's good. And didn't I get like crit chance? How much? Only 5%. Yeah. Nope, not that. Crit chance 5%. Crit chance 5%. Okay, so like this. Already 90%. And I believe there are some equipments that give crit chance also. Durability, nope. Health, dodge chance. This. Crit chance. Yeah, that's 10%. Okay, nice. 100% currently. Oh, I remember like some boots. Alright, I didn't. Okay, let's check the wrong thing. Let's check the boots. These things. Nope, it was initiative. Never mind. And there wasn't nothing else that I believe gives crit chance or crit damage. And this is the best crit chance rate. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. These don't give anything, nothing useful. Nope. Okay. Yep. Did I have any crit chance? These things. Nope. I do not. There's 1% crit chance and 20 damage. That's an okay one. What's this? Crit chance 2%, but damage is a lot less. This is better. We will put the things there. 101. Okay. Yeah, need to enchant these things also. Is that the best one? 13.7. Gemstones. Nope, it's 16. Okay. So equipment. Probably the best thing. This is the armor one. What's better? I know I need armor here, or else they will like end me. Oh, crit chance! This gives crit chance. So what's it up to? Yeah, we can switch that one out now with the lower one. We will check it out. Currently, let's just put this on. And yeah, block chance, crit chance. Oh, these are crit chance ones. Okay. So we can actually lower it by... Yeah, crit chance is good, but what is also important is crit damage. like currently we're doing double, but the higher you get this, the better. Okay, let's keep searching the trophies. I need only 10%, right? Yeah. Crit damage. We're looking for crit damage. Crit. Oh, crit chance 40%. Holy shit. Okay. That will give me a lot. Yeah. Chance. That actually would work. That could work. Oh, actually good. Chance. Ooh, crit chance and crit damage. That's currently the best I can do. Let's see if there's any better ones. That's the health one. Crit chance. Crit damage. Damage only. Nope. Crit chance damage. I think that's actually. Ooh! That's so much better. 70%. Oh yes, the eye is probably the one that we will go with. Like durability. I don't think there's any better ones. Yeah, nope. This is the best, I think. Yeah, crit chance 20, crit damage that is 10 and 50. Okay, and if I take these off, I could still lose 5. Crit chance, crit chance. Oh, so I wouldn't actually need to use this. Interesting. I'd rather take the initiative actually. Yeah. Need to make another one of these. Armor is also 44, nice. I currently only have 2 of these, right? Yeah. So best to put them onto here, I think. Yeah, let's just make new ones, because that's for my armor build ones. Here, just some wood. I could make so many of this. Okay. Let's go here, crafting. I mean socketing. Let's go. Okay, I need to do sharpening this one, and I need to put something in there. Probably a scorch. Yes, I need to carve. And slocketing. Now this will be a hard one. From crushing, scorching, probably the best. Another 25% damage. Yes, suck it, bitch. Okay. Equipment. I don't really want to go out without like having all these enchanted, because yeah, that will be a bad day. Bad day. I need enchanted stuff. So yeah. Okay. Soon reset should hit like in 1 minute. Yep, we will wait. And then in 1 hour we should be able to do some community stuff. Looks like time actually like goes by. Nope. Yes. Now it's reset. We have some players on that. We do. Any shit quests. I guess we'll take it. Like, I don't really need the fire seeds anymore. Huh. Some long text. Yes, another one. Shit, dear. Wow, no fucking quests. Really? Nature one. Don't need it. If I don't get any that I need, I will just fucking quit. Like, disgust. really don't need them. Oh, what happened now? Is it fucked up again? Yes, it is. Okay. Need to log out and log in again. Come on, you can log out. And we're back. Okay, we did get the quest that actually, like, a decent. I'm going to go off for a moment. God damn it, I forgot to switch my builds. I mean, they did pretty well. But, shit. Fucked up everything now. That's quite unfortunate. I'm not pleased about that one. I need to get used to switching like that. Builds again. That was an easy one. Only 9 rounds. Oh, I could have had select. Butter is good. Numero. It's a tier 2. That dungeon beginning was fucking awesome. Nope, I'm full. Nope, I'm full. Nope, I'm full. Nope, I'm full. But slowly I'm winning. Man, this Boris used to be like a real killer, man. Holy shit. Come on, I am 95%, right? Oh no. I have 90% dodge. Ooh. God damn it, I forgot it again. Son of a bitch. But that's just how it goes. Okay, what now? Let's check out dungeons, right? And yep, I need to go this. Yes. With my 10 durability, where the hell does the 10 durability come? Oh, that's armor pen, I really don't know. Yeah, no. Because I can't do the boss, that's really not a useful dungeon currently. That's a nope. 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 Okay, let's do that one. Oh boy. Nah, shit. Fuck, son of a bitch. Okay, I really should keep like tier 8 boss loot that I can upgrade them and get some gold out of the deal. come on, kill the fucker. And dead. She has 2 weapons, huh? What 2 weapons? She has a shield. Let's just not question that one. No. And nature. Oh, come on, really? Oh, nice. Let's go. Park is actually useful. Maybe. It has the best block percentage for trophy, I believe. And music. Yes, please continue to watch this. Those are always good, but I'm really missing like enchantment materials. Need to like do a huge farming session someday. Nice one. Okay, that's really good. That's why I do like 7s. You actually have like decent chance to get tier 10 boss. These are basically the only ones that I won't be selling. I will be enchanting them to get like a better one. Kill the fucker. I need to also make a better armor build, like shit tons better armor build. Currently my dodge build is like really decent. But as you can see, I could actually have 1 point over 1.2. Yeah. still the best, unfortunately. Man, getting that 95 dodge is not that simple. But I mean, I currently have... I can do a little bit better like this to change them to 30s, but not 40 actually. So yeah. Block build is this currently 101, and basically I'm just waiting for to fill these up and these up, which will give me how much? 900, 1000, 1200, 1400. Pretty good. That is pretty good. I could actually get a better maybe block. Yeah, I could lose probably if I these to 3 and I could take one of these off. But meh. This is not the optimal way. Like, you should actually change to like block chance plus 10%. Boom. This gone, this gone. Also go with the durability and you're all good. But it's so annoying always needing to die like to change this. Makes it a bit harder. Same with like armor build is, that's why you don't get more armor. Like, that's a good thing. Like 95 armor, but I can like easily get rid of like a lot of the gems and switch them off to the health or damage. And actually I need to change these weapons to what was it? Double D's. Yeah. Yep. Double D's. This and this will give me same armor amount, blood, but it's 30 HP, which is so much better. Like so much better. Holy shit, how much better that is. And double heal orbs. Yeah, I actually got like pretty decent one. And I could actually, where the fuck is the gel? Yeah, this gives even more. I wish that it would show like how much over you are. What did I have? I have this, but that maxed here, right? Yeah, only 15%. Like, I could change everything if I used the gel. I'm pretty sure. The minus feel like I can change that to 5% chance. I can also get more 5 here, so then it actually change out this thing, but not this thing. I mean, it's 200% to get more. Change that to 4 months and then you get even more. Yeah, you can almost get to the most epic weapon that I want to be able to get to work is this thing. Like crit chance minus 50%, but damage 350. Like, oh my god. That's so epic. Man, I so want to make this work somehow. Hello, Wask 2403. Why do you need a key for a random game in Steam? Yeah, no, I don't need. I have plenty of Steam games, but thanks for offering. So yeah, let's just do the more dungeons, I guess. Correct build, yes. Nope. Nope. Let's go to the ice dungeon, I guess. I do not play Garry's Mod, no I do not. I have seen it played and it's not really my thing. Do you like the game? Like the Garry's Mod? Like I used to like saw videos and stuff like that from that thing, but yeah. Haven't heard that game in a while actually. Where are you from, Vasuk? If you don't mind me asking. Yeah, at least we got the tier X. In this place, if you have, it's really important to have like low initiative, because if you have high one, you get fucked. And if you have two-handed, you also get fucked. Let's see if any... Ooh! Maybe someone wants to like join. Let's see. Anyone have post for X? Let's do this one, and maybe someone will write back. Music. Yeah, it's really unlikely that they have tier 4 seeds, but I mean, it doesn't take that long to like farm them, so maybe. If you farm quests. I guess nobody wants. I bet most of them are AFKs or waiting for the reset. What was it, this? Yes. Let's go. Oh, so beautiful. Everything excess. Man, these songs just like a good song to like hum along. And no good loot. Why do I hear boss music? I must admit I would have challenged him if I had met him earlier. And the hard way that is not wrong. To resign or flee, don't risk it if it's not necessary. Okay, okay. Clear out the reckless undead of Roguehold. Of course. But I can no longer flee. I must see what my fates hold. And the last dungeon was... Oh, I haven't done that one too, haven't I? Interesting. Oh, tier 1. No thanks. H2. It was H3. Nope. Yeah, it's H2, not H1. Yes, 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 yes. And nope. Seed, Fira seed. Ooh. Let's check this one out. I could. No, nothing good. Okay. And let's go. I'm thinking that my like the crit 100% crit build could defeat this boss because of the low health, but the fucker torches, so don't know, man. It's a question, isn't it? Huh, that one kept a lucky hit on me. Bow, bow. Yeah, only 16% defense. Like, oh my god, like, end him. 2 hits and done. But I really need to get these things enchanted. Da, da, da. Ba, ba, la, da, da, da. And yes, nope, nope, nope. And I actually have like that's it. That's awesome. Like, non-tiered one. That's a rare one, man. Nowadays, I wonder how many still have like this. I want this one also, right? Enter the dungeon. I mean, can you even finish the like dungeons if you have like all the tiers like everywhere? Oh man, I don't think you can. Oh, I really don't think you can. I am angry about dogs right now. It is flame torch. So basically, if we would use like a real weapon, it would fuck you up, right? Ooh, 70 scorching. Ouch! That's why you need health on dodge build. Like you put it to 90% and boom, you out. One hit. Oh my god, please stop it. And where is my heals? Come on. Thank you, heals. Oh my god. Fuck my life. Man, he likes to dodge today, huh? God damn it. Okay. Let's leave this fiery world behind and let's actually, this is by the way, because I need to be the second row in the R square. And seeds and wait, this is the first tier 5. It was hard. I wasn't an R. Huh. Disappointed. I'm truly disappointed in myself. And I got the DRX, nice. Oh my god, I so want better mic, better headphones. Too bad I don't have like room for an audio card. Need to research how like capture cards work and stuff like that. Because I could push like 4K bitrate if I wanted to. Like, my net is good enough, but yeah, my PC isn't. But my PC is a truck. You still need to change some things, but holy shit, he just keeps on trucking. The CPU is like, wow. That's why you like buy, at least that's what I do, I buy like overclockable stuff, but I don't overclock them. That means that if they their like work life will be just that much longer thanks to that. You don't like overclock them. At least that's what I believe. Is it true? Maybe. Seeds. I need this thing and I will do that. Nope, I will not do that. That's totally the wrong thing. Absolutely did not want that. 3, this, and then this. Yes, nope. So, only one more dungeon, and then I'm done. But the community meeting will also start soon, so yeah. Vilta. Oh, nice. Should maybe go and sit in this thing. Does this work? I hope. Yeah, it should work. Actually, maybe it doesn't work. Voice settings, microphone. Yeah, okay, it does. Okay. Cool. Okay, what now? Let's quit this thing. Let's take the ruby. Let's go to here. This like I shouldn't have a lot to dismantle, right? I still have some. Like nope. Yes. Nope. Yes. Nope. Not my price processor. Okay, good. Dismantle those fuckers. So yeah. Okay. Let's check this one out again. Damage 105. Like, how good is it? Like actually. Only 360 scorching damage and crit. Low little crit every time, but still. That was kind of meh. 209 crit. Aquamarine, nice. Boom, ended. Man, scorching, like, shouldn't it like give 25% more? What's up with that? Oh, it doesn't give crit damage anymore. What is happening? Oh, it's the defense one, right. I do have that maxed right, 105, yeah. Okay. Man, that's fun. Oh my god, that's so fun. This is like one of the funnest builds ever. Just jokes. I should really remove these. Because like none of them actually have any like... What? It doesn't let me? Okay, now it did. None of them actually have like any specific attunements. I did have like yeah. Okay. That's for torch. That's that pearls. Two tier 10s. Make that better. I would actually really want this thing to be made first. Yeah. Let's upgrade our build, shall we? It needs this, it needs this, it needs I got so few of these, but nevertheless, boom boom. Still 95 armor, but 245 health, which is decent. Okay, 3% armor. I should really change this to health, I think. But this I can't change, and there won't be a better torch one. So yeah, nope. This will only go to ability. Why is the health so good? Oh, this gives 30 health. Oh, interesting. Huh. Okay, that's decent. Okay, I do not think I have a better armor one, do I not? I do not believe so. Yeah, I mean I have 4 that needs enchanting, so maybe I should wait. But like 3% armor, that's already like a pretty decent and 5 health, like that's really decent. So I will just put them in here. Fuck it. Fuck it. Yep, 3 armor. Yep, destroy gem. Destroy gem. And I will do that and that. Suck it, fuckers. I hope that I didn't fuck it up. Oh my god, I did, I think. Oh, it's 95. Oh, that's so close, man. Nice. 300 health armor build. Okay, like, that should be pretty decent. I also need to do these things too. Okay. Need some sharpening of my coral ones. Okay, this one, no, pop. Done. Both need to be gemmed up. Where are the gemmies? I don't have enough healing, do I? Huh. That's unfortunate. Or do I? Oh, I have plenty. Man, I'm starting to run low of those. It was the wrong build. I have a good dungeon to test this on. Yeah, I do. Let's just go and test it. Do I trigger? Let's test this out. Too bad that armor build can't, like, is too iffy to take into deep blue. Other seed world. Oh man, that ended it really quickly, didn't it? That ended quickly. But now the real test. And this will be hard for because the fucker heals. You see? But yeah, the healing, oh my god, that's so good. But will it be able to handle higher level seed worlds? That's the question. At least I fixed my armor build that actually it can now solo, like, damn, these things. Bosses! I know the name of them. Yeah. Okay. Okay, now it's good that this works. I'm happy. I still need to enchant that thing. I will get even more attunement, but this build actually doesn't need attunement. It's just weird part. Like, yeah, it's better. Like, you take less damage, but it actually doesn't need it. It's super interesting. But let's go to... Yeah, this thing would wreck me. Let's just stick here, maybe. Let's see how it will fight against... oh, opal. These things! These actually have some... like... oh, nice. think this is pretty okay actually. Like the health procs actually like proc and like yeah, boom, full health again. Like man, this could actually work. These things should have like a bit of armor like penetration. Yeah, otherwise they would be doing to less damage. Oh man, the healing is so much better than train. I mean, yeah, train takes like more health out of them, but with an higher HP, and you need a lot of HP for healing to be better. Like, it was a bit under 200, but like just close to that, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, let's fuck that one up. Yeah, only 2 damage. Yeah, no way these things will win. No way, Jose. Easy. Let's find like let's find some better hunting grounds. Hello? Wouldn't want to fight me here? What? Okay. Let's search for higher tier bastards to end. Ooh, enchantment stuff. That's good. Yeah, and that one, and that one. I really would like some higher tier ones. Oh, what? No. What I'm doing is just like closing the combat window. Like I have binded the S key to my mouse for this game, basically only this game. Oh, let's see, tier, higher tier. Oh, only 1 damage. Oh my god, they will never even touch the like the retreat buttons.
Hello?
Hello?
Good day.
Good day. Currently
How are you absent?
I'm quite good.
Nice to hear.
Currently I have like streamed 2 hours of worldseed.
Oh, you're playing it?
Yeah. Did some
by the way,
dungeons
where
and
can I
stuff.
find the recordings from last week?
It's
On YouTube?
up in Seek on YouTube, yeah. I'm on Twitch and Facebook too, but actually Facebook doesn't have a worldseed tag, like when you want to like put like a game title in.
Yeah, no. On Twitch, right?
No, on Twitch and YouTube there is a like tag, but on Facebook there isn't.
Ah, alright. Good to know. Hello.
Hi guys.
Welcome.
Hello.
We're gonna try to make this a hour chat.
Yeah. Sounds like a
Yeah.
plan.
Last time went a bit longer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bit.
I ended up like we ended up chatting like quite a while longer when you guys went away.
Yeah. But as I said as well, like I really like to hear people's feedback on the game overall, especially from those who played the game a bunch. And also I have a bunch of ideas, but I think we can start because I don't know if he's gonna show up. Satano. And
Yeah.
I need to get going after this with the Skyfall update. But talking about Skyfall, my plan is to release it this Friday actually. This is behind the scenes information, VIP information. No, but so
Oh, but
hopefully.
I'm
Yeah.
live streaming by the way, so.
Hey Satana, by the way. Welcome. It's fine. It's fine. I decided upon it yesterday, so it's pretty
Okay.
fresh. And I wrote I want to get it out before holidays and before next year, but at that point I didn't know. So what I just said, Satana, and the only thing I have saying so far is that Skyfall, if nothing gets in its way, it's gonna release on Friday, and later today or tomorrow, probably tomorrow, we're gonna post a newsletter, so to speak, for the update itself. And that will be a first timer for the newsletter. So hopefully that will bring a few people back into the game. And I don't know if there's something new to show. I mean, it's up on preview, so I don't have to send you anything because you can likewise just log in and see it for yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I wanted to ask actually about the update. Like, I tried to find, but I didn't find like the links for every like area. Will they be like in the update for every area?
So there are only 3 links on the previous server right now, and there will only be 3 links as I release Skyfall.
Oh, okay.
But the goal obviously is to get all 7. That's actually something I can do. I can send you the sketches of the other links if you want.
Yeah. They look super awesome,
but,
and I like their trophies.
Yeah, that's nice to hear because they're a little bit off the main theme of the design, but that's also, I mean, that's okay because they're their own kind of small family in the game, or whatever you want to call it. But I'll send you guys behind the scenes looks at the sketches for the last 4 links right now. There have to be some benefit in attending the weekly chat. There you go. And spinach will also get these. So do you have them in front of you?
Yeah.
Sketches. So the big change that's gonna happen to those, because these are early sketches, but the Drainling itself, the victim or the character in the background, will be standing on all 4 with his hand or her hand up in the air, being siphoned by the void, instead of just laying there like already dead. And for the other 3, we're pretty satisfied with where we're at. A bubble, freezing, ice block, and someone's getting crushed.
Yeah, the crush link is awesome. Like only one hand showing.
I really like it as well. I thought that one was gonna be the one hardest to present something nice, but the healing actually is and was the hardest one, because all the links are doing evil things to people, but the healing is actually healing someone. So
Yeah,
it's like it's a
difficult.
little bit off, but
It's difficult to kill one sound with healing.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
hi Saitano.
Yes, hello.
I welcomed you, right?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, nice, cool. Yeah, so we're gonna try to be within 1 hour so that we don't go off time by a lot. And also, I mean, the main topic for this chat will be the prioritization priors for next year. So you guys will have to you'll be able to not influence, but yeah, let me know what we think is the best to prioritize. But besides from that, is there anything else you guys want to talk about? Because I think we should start with something else in that case, something that happened throughout the week, or follow up from last week, or anything literally.
I did relive the Squirt Shield death, so I got
Yes,
to
you got to experience it.
yeah relived it. So
All right,
and
but so you fought the Greyjoy like on the out in the open.
yeah we dueled, and we were testing out my new build,
All right.
and we both got each other to like 0 health
Yeah.
um before like one of our shields broke, and then I died.
All right. So an update on that. In Skyfall, the shield is actually gonna be proccing on block instead of every block. So that's a big one.
Oh,
And
okay. The Squirt Shield.
yeah, and I have yet to fix the timing of the resign when you block. But my goal is to redo the combat. But as I said last week, like I'm not shipping the new combat with Skyfall. Okay, so what I found out is that it's gonna take a bit longer than I expected, and I talked about that last week as well. I'm gonna release Skyfall with the current combat, and the orb actually won't have a chain lightning effect, but it will have a shocking effect. I think Absin know this already because you played the preview. But what happens when you hit an enemy with a shocking effect is that it's gonna make the enemy shocked, and the enemy then have a chance to hit its friendly units in the combat.
Yeah, I saw that.
I saw it as well, yeah. So yeah, and that's I'd say it's temporary and it's kind of a placeholder effect, but it's something new and fresh. And I mean, if it turns out to be fun, I might as well just leave it in. But in the end, I really want all the effects to be distinctly different. And currently, the two that are closest to one another, I'd say, is void and draining and healing. But that's just because both like heals. And to be fair, there aren't many or none at all healing effects in the game. So it's a good thing that if we have two effects that heal. But the coolest thing would be if every orb actually had its super unique effect to the game. Yes.
Yeah, personally, I don't think I'm a biggest fan of the shocking orb. I don't know if I'll be using that at all.
Yeah. All right.
Because in like just looking at it from a like strength point, there's like only a few instances where I think that would be useful. One would be like a large scale PvP battle, which we don't have, and fighting something very strong like dragons or leviathan.
Yeah.
So
And also, I mean, there are layers of RNG to it. I tried it out.
right.
I tried having it on a, let's see here, not on 100%. Yeah, I try to have it on 100% in case, like in the case that you shock someone, it's by guarantee gonna prioritize to hit friendly units first. But that turned out to be really overpowered, because if you're running around with double shocking on your weapons, and in, let's say, in a 3v3 fight against tier 10 monsters, if you have a lot of initiative, you can basically force them to kill themselves.
Right.
Which wasn't great at all. So now it's more of a not gimmicky, because you can still make really good use of it. Let's say you're fighting 2 enemies, and you have one all of shocking and one freezing or one healing or whatever. Yeah. And another thing I can add about the expansion. So the last things that I'm doing for the expansion are trying to come up with original ideas for quests and some new equipment, because every expansion, every update, big update, I want to release some new content for you to consume. And if you have some
I
directly,
only have one recommendation for anything you add in terms of equipment, and that is something that, like, we need more things that dismantle into cloth.
all right.
I was hoping that the boss drop, honestly, would be cloth, because right now there is only one, if I'm not mistaken, there's only one boss drop that has a chance to have cloth, and it's not like, you know, like if I need steel, I go hit up like the Frost Seed dungeon. If I need wood, I go hit up Ragnar. You know, if I need, like there is, like, I have a little bit of targeted farming that I can do with my seeds, which is really nice in terms of like making builds, but there is no cloth.
Yeah, and I hear you, and also, like, there is a problem to the cloth itself, and that's like when it comes to weapons, it's really hard to have cloth being the main ingredient, because what I tried for every single equipment that I put into the game is to have some sort of realistic materials for to craft it, and whenever I can, I try to add on cloth, like if there's some cloth or some fabric on the weapon, the handlebar or whatever, I add cloth to the recipe. But that's without saying, like, cloth isn't the main material of the recipe anyway. The crafting knowledge.
If you want, I can give you an idea that uses mostly cloth.
Yeah, sure.
Have you seen like the Japanese or it's more Chinese, like the knife on string, or like silk rope?
I think I know what you mean, but I'm thinking about
like
such a thing with a chain attached to it. But maybe there's one with cloth as well.
Yeah.
But again, that
you
would
can
be,
make it two-handed, and like it needs 5 cloths and like 1 iron or something.
100%, I like that. But there, like, that's a weapon I might include to make design room for cloth. But except for that, like, there aren't many weapons in particular that I can make that uses cloth as main ingredient. And when it comes to armor, especially accessories, it's the same thing. Like, a necklace can be part cloth, but yeah, it's a weird situation. And from the get-go, I wanted to balance all the materials equally to one another, so that there are equal amount of equipment that is being made by all the crafting materials. But instead of fighting the impossible, I try to reduce a bit for the cloth. But with that said, I can still make gear that crafts with cloth. And there's something special about bosses dropping weapons, at least in my opinion. And I agree, like, a really cool armor piece could be as cool as a weapon. But there's something more like personal to the boss itself if it drops its weapon. And also, I really looked for a way to incorporate a what do you call it? So a rod, but a electrical pillar. What do you call it? That when you collect electricity from the like it's a bit futuristic in a sense. And if any creature or any if you should get a rod from anywhere, it should be the boss, in my opinion. So it was a logical fit for me. And the rod itself, I don't think it uses cloth. I might have added one cloth to it. But yeah, I hear you. And if you guys ever come up with more good ideas, because I really want to include that. And if you can find a name for the weapon, please PM me, and I can like Google references for it. But at the same time, I need design for it. So I have a huge asset store of different weapon designs that I'm using for the game. Partly to keep the design consistent, so that it doesn't there aren't many different styles, but also because I bought like some big asset bundles, and that weapon in particular, I'm pretty sure it isn't in there, so there is no way for me to add it without buying additional design. But I'm up for that as well. The only problem with that is that the designer that I'm working with is currently pretty busy with the links, and I don't know if I mentioned it, but early next year we're gonna get the alternate genders for every race, so that you can pick male or female when you're starting out. Yeah, so I'm gonna add like I don't know, maybe 10 more quests and 5 to 10 new equipment. And after that, like content-wise, the expansion is 100% ready for release, I'd say. And also, Satano encountered a bug yesterday that I haven't had time to, but I'm gonna look into it today.
Okay, no worries.
Which is a really weird one.
Yeah.
Do you have any more information on it? By the way, you can speak freely when we're here.
Okay. No, because I just didn't make a new Scorch set to test on between my two, like, or all my characters. I can try testing that again, seeing if I can reproduce it somehow. But
so yeah. So when weird things happen that I don't know why it happened, the best thing for you guys is to go back and reflect on what you did that you don't usually do in the game, so to speak. And in this case, it seems like it's a duel. So Satano hit the cap for gold, which provides like a weird digit. It's E. I don't know, upphöjt. Do you know, Spinach, what upphöjt in English is?
No.
Okay. Raised to the power of. Yeah. So it says like some number raised to the power of E, and that's that within itself isn't a bug. So the coding language that I use raised something to the power of something, but when the number gets too large. But the whole fact that he got to such a big number is super weird, because I can't imagine you grinded.
I did not.
Yeah.
I think the highest gold I have on any character is like 12K, you know.
Yeah.
And
exactly. And now that if you relog, you're still at that weird number, right?
yes. But it is no longer going up like it was.
Yeah, it should look down, because it can't grow any further.
Well, no. So even after I had reached like to the power of E, as I was killing random things, like if I would go kill a goblin, it would say like E23, and then I would kill something, and it would say E24, and then E25. Right.
Yeah.
But it is no longer doing.
It's squared that you're looking for this.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's opaque too in English.
Yeah, thanks. But so that's a really weird one, but it should have to do with dueling. But I'm also like on the I'm typing as I'm speaking. I'm gonna look you up in the production database just to see if there's something weird happening otherwise. But yeah, and you said you died, right? Did it happen when you died? Can you remember?
I didn't notice it until a little bit after I'd done the duel. Like I had already killed a few things after the duel, is when I noticed. Because it wasn't until it became a number that was higher than like 4 or 5 digits that I saw.
Yeah. Are you okay with me putting it down to a normal number?
Yeah, that's fine.
So can you log into one of your alts and see what number they are at, and I'll just replicate
Sure.
that to have a reference. Because I'm not sure if this could cause other weird behaviors for your account,
Right.
which is
Yeah,
why.
if I like actually got to a point where it was fully capped.
Yeah, I mean it could. Have you tried buying stuff on the market?
I have, and it works just fine.
Yeah. So what you're seeing is a representation of a big number, and
No, yeah, I understand the concept.
it should be doing the correct thing at any point. But I'm still worried. Like if let's say your money got multiplied by 1,000, and if this number gets multiplied by 1,000, weird things could happen.
Right. All right. So I logged on to my second character. He's got 6,234 gold. So
I'm gonna put
anywhere around there, it's just fine.
I think that's.
And even if you put me at 0, I could get back to like 20k in less than an hour.
Yeah. So 100 is 1 silver, another 100 is... Okay. Try to log into that character now and just... Oh, hold on. I'm not done yet. Can you log out from your main?
Yeah, it's logged out right now.
Yeah. Give me a second. Takes a while to load the full database. Okay, starting your character up. Here's the character. Put in your gold to correct number. I think it's the correct number. I don't have the maths in my head right now, but
It's fine.
It's not
I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, but you can have a look now, or maybe that's just 7 gold.
Like I said, it is.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It's 70 gold, but hey, that worked.
Yeah, let's move on.
I already already got my T10 bag. Like, there's not much for me to spend on right now.
Yeah, gotcha. And yeah, so let's. Do you guys have anything else you would like to talk about before I move on to prioritizations or priorities for next year? Is there anything you would like to add? Okay, so this is going to be included in the in update email as well. But I have a list, and we spoke about the list like 2-3 weeks ago, and yeah, it's not identical to the old to the previous list, but it's the list that I have in my head and written down for me to like decide upon really soon after the update expansion of Skyfall, what I'm gonna prioritize. So I'm just gonna go through it real fast. So more endgame gameplay mechanics is more a general thing that needs to go into the game. So it's not a specific thing. The next one, and there is no particular order to them. It's for us to decide what I might have what I should prioritize. So Infinite Seed World is the first one. Enter the Void update is just a placeholder name, but it might be called Enter the Void, and it's basically the thing that I wrote about earlier this year in. Hold on.
I remember
core,
that.
Yeah, core gameplay ideas. Yeah, so if you're unsure about Enter the Void update, which is what I call it now, and you should probably haven't heard it before, all the information about that update is in core gameplay ideas. So that's something that that I want to go into the game, and it ties a little bit better to the story and lore of the game, which is unprecedented at the time. But I mean, if I make this update, the lore and story will be a little bit more pushed, and I really want it to be emphasized in the game, because after all, it's a RPG. And the biggest difference that would happen is that undead characters would play a different role in the game. But you can read it up on core gameplay ideas, and we can also discuss this through the list. So Infinite Seed World, Enter the Void update. Next one is more player versus player activities. This is also kind of general, but we spoke a little bit about this last week. But tournaments and team fights are the main subjects of PvP, in my head at least, because as soon as team fights is in, we have an outlet to try out our gear against other players, and a tournament system that's running within itself, I also think is a great thing. But there, okay, so let's rewind back to this one after I went through the list. So Infinite Sea World, Enter the Void, PvP activities. And these are also two kind of general points, but I still want to mention them. More emphasis on player agency and build versatility. And also more emphasis on completionism and collectibles. So these are two things that I think are really important for such a game like Worldseed. And player agency we've spoken about a bit, and build versatility is always on my radar, because that's a great game for me, when you can customize your character, not only with appearance but with stats and handling, how it handles in the game, and try stuff out. That's really fun. Theory crafting, so to speak. And the completionism is regarding like some way to track progress of what you found or what you're like. Not like. Do you know anything about codex, Satana? We've spoken about codexes this meeting.
Yeah, no, I get the concept. Like just being able to like, have I killed every mob? Have I collected every item? You know,
pretty much.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I mean the crafting knowledges that's in game currently would also strict convert 1-to-1 into the codex, and the idea is that every entity of the game should be in the codex. So if you visit a place that's not a generic tile, it will be in the codex. And the codex could also hold extra information about things to more deeply connect to the lore, because lore and story is something that I think is really important for any good game to have, but it shouldn't be forced upon the player. So there shouldn't be models and tooltips and dialogues popping up everywhere telling you about things in the world that you might not be caring about. but if there are optional ways to not play the game but to discover more about the game, I think it's a really good thing.
I agree.
Yeah. So the codex should serve more than two purposes, but mainly two purposes. The one is for tracking a kind of a progression thing, like not progression, but what you accomplished throughout your playtime. And the second thing is immersion, like giving you more information about the world and why things are the way they are. And I mean, a third thing could be, many games do this nowadays, but rewards certain things that are not physical items directly, but rather like titles or badges, right. Chat badges and whatnot. So it might be more of a achievements, and not more of a, but it might be a mix of a codex with information and an achievement system. But I want them to tie together in that case, and perhaps call it a codex. That's the word for it currently, but it could be something else. And it would also make sense in a story-driven perspective that you have a book with all the information about, like your family write this never-ending book through history with all the information that your family came across, and they keep it for the next generation. and it could also be visualized in a cool way, I think, in the game. So the last thing on the list is the admin tool system that we spoke about, and I have a tad more information in the email about it because most players don't know about it. So as the email go out, I'll just have a brief explanation of it so that people get up to date with the idea of it. But so to summarize, this Infinite Seed World, Enter the Void update, play PvP activities, the codex, player agency and build versatility is something that I'm always working on. There's no specific update that I want to make for it. One thing is, if I would name it an update, would be the stat squish and the way how I store items generally, so that I can nerf and buff things without old items still laying around. So that could be a big update, but it's hard to present to the players like, oh, I made an update that most games have from the start, but anyway. And the last thing is the admin tool. So with these things mentioned, can you come up with something that I purely ignored or missed that's more important than any of these? And I don't mean small specific things in general, because I have those written down on a Trello board. But when it comes to big updates, is there some big update that we spoke about throughout the year that I promised or that should go into the game because it makes sense? Or are these the ones that you heard about at this point?
I'm trying to think, but nothing coming to mind right away.
So in 2 months, what if you can try to imagine, based on what I've said or been writing on Discord, what would you imagine would come into the game in 1 or 2 months?
I mean, out of the list we have, what would I want to see in the next 2 months, or?
No, generally, if you're thinking about what I wrote and said, what do you expect to enter the game at this point? What's the next big thing that you're waiting for? Not expecting, assuming that's on the horizon. It might be a weird question, but
yeah, because you're not asking which one would I be looking forward to most. It'd be which one do I think would actually happen first.
Yeah, so that's the follow-up question. What we what you or we think should go into the game, because I really like to hear. I have a lot of things that I'm pulling at all times, and it's super hard for me to keep track of what I promised that should go into the game in the near future, but also some things get obsolete as I'm developing. Some systems makes no sense anymore as I'm implementing certain things, so to speak.
Right.
So it's a back and forth for me at all times.
So, I mean, it's not technically on the list. It's probably one of those small things.
Yeah.
But I definitely expect sometime soon to see favorites, so that we can sell or upgrade without breaking stuff.
Yeah. So let's talk about favorites for a moment. So I have most of things down to be able to implement such a thing. But how do you guys expect it to work?
Well, there's definitely a few things that I know I would want out of a system like that.
Go ahead.
Something that's it obviously needs to be simple enough to favorite an item, like it's a one click on, one click off type thing. But that favorite system would apply in every area that items can be
clicked,
or gotten rid of, in a sense. So the upgrade process, the selling, and dismantling. So those three.
So inside those activities, you'd like
inside those activities, I would like favorites to override whatever's happening.
That's really good feedback, because I wouldn't implement it in those activities, but that's good feedback. Yeah.
Because like for instance, selling's the big one because if I type in like tier 1, that includes seeds. So seeds are able to be sold by accident
Yeah,
if
I
you're
gotcha.
not looking, because it would be nice. It also would be nice if I could just sell everything from tier 1 through 9, except for my favorited items, because
Yeah, I get you.
if
But that's such a edge case. Currently, it's not an edge case for many players. But the day that tier 10, 9, and 8 are super rare and hard to come by, like
well,
people
I-
will be moving about in the range of tier 5 to 7 or
depending
6.
on what you're doing with uh combat, it's still hugely important, because if I want to go PvP with anybody laying down a claim, as of right now, I need the full set of that tier gear,
Yeah.
which I'm still not a fan of. By the way, I just like to throw that out there. I like the mixed gear. I do like the mixed gear. Uh,
mixed gear in the terms of tier or like
Tier, yeah,
mixed gear in the terms of tier.
right.
So
I
you're saying
enjoyed being able to just remove
yeah, all right, yeah.
some gear, and
But you slayed too many noobs, so
I did.
it's not feasible.
But at the same time, like, there's no limit on my gems. I can have a tier 1 set of gear with all
Yeah.
tier 10 gems, and still go wreck all the noobs, because all the noobs who placed on a tier 1 claim do not have tier 10.
So that's the big issue with balancing overall. Like there's a ripple effect to anything you do in game development. But when it comes to balancing, like the idea from the get-go was for claims and conquest to be a like do what you want with its type of system. And the problem is that big and strong players are gonna roll over the smaller and more innocent ones without
But
them having anything
the
to say.
whole
Yeah.
but the reason I think that shouldn't be as big of a deal as it was the whole fact that this game is such a high risk game. Like, I can go out in my
Yeah.
best gear and die to 10 leviathans right now. Like,
But so yeah, I get you. So still, if someone claims a tier 1 tile which you aren't interested in
yes.
because it provides really bad loot for you overall, there's nothing stopping you from just slaying that person. Because even though it's a high risk high reward scenario, there's no high reward for someone in the case of someone one shotting another player.
There's not.
It's just bad game design. And I could work with brackets. So say 1 through tier 3, 4 through tier 7, and so on. But that alienates the concept and makes it harder for the player to understand it in the first place. And conquest and claims was already one of the more complicated mechanics of the game. So it's super hard for me to come up with solutions to all these things. And
To be
yep.
honest, like in my opinion, the claim system should be like N tier stuff. So if you are like tier 1 or 2, like you shouldn't be like really able to claim and hold the claim anyways. At least like
So
how
it should
I see
only
it.
stretch upwards, like from certain tier.
Yeah.
But so that's okay. So the first thing I noticed as we're talking about this, claim and conquest is one of those features that I kind of promised will go back into the game. So I'm gonna add it to the list because I'm looking forward to develop it in the first place. But also, it's kind of a low priority as as there aren't many players in the game.
Yeah, and I was gonna mention that as well. Like, PvP has, fallen lower and lower on what I would like to see happen first, just
Yeah.
because there's no one for me to PvP against. And once I kill everyone 2 or 3 times, no one else is gonna put down a claim.
So we're jumping a bit between things here, and that's okay because it makes sense. So when it comes to PvP, I mentioned tournaments and team. One game that worldseed is heavily inspired by is a game called arena.com. It's a Swedish. I spoke about this earlier, but it's a text-based RPG game in the browser. From when I was young, it's no longer up, so it can't be played anymore. But many things of worldseed itself, like worldseed, is heavily inspired by that game in particular, but also other games. And in that game, like you did everything with your character from the same menu. Like you couldn't travel a world, so there's a big difference there already. But what I want to say with this is that if you wanted to PvP, there was a matchmaking, like random system for your level or tier, and you just hopped into it, and if someone else's searches is in the queue to fight, you will be matched up with that player, and it scales really well because if there's none within 10 seconds that wants to fight you, it basically searches one tier lower and one tier higher, and if you can't find someone within 10 seconds, it keeps on searching, and as long as there's like 20 people that like fancies PvP, you will pretty much always have someone to fight against within 1 minute. But that also, I mean, there should be restrictions in that as well, because if you're a tier 3 player that really wants to try the random matchmaking out, and someone's at tier 10, and that's the only other player that's searching for a fight, like you guys could be paired up, and that tier 2 or 3 player might get one shot again. It's not a good game design. But what I'm saying here is that instead of going out in the world and finding a spot where you can PvP, it could be a global mechanic. So say you have an icon in the top bar with the, this notification symbol that you have in your iOS and Android phones, which says like how many players that's in the queue, or if you're searching for a duel, you might not need to have to sit around and wait for the duel to happen. You can still play the game, and when the duel is finished, like if when you actually matched with someone, you get the notification that a fight occurred, and you can click on it to see the recent fights. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it's a whole other system for WorldSeed, just because PvP currently is a small thing in the game, but I still want it to be a big thing in the future. So for the time being, I might implement PvP in such a way that you can queue into PvP from wherever you are, if that makes sense, and if it's fun for you, because it would compromise the game's philosophy about realism and players having to move to different places in order to do things. But what's your opinions on that?
I think that sounds like a fun thing, because it's definitely like, there's no way for me to know where a player is without asking them.
Sure.
So, and we might be farming stuff, like doing seed world farming. I don't, it would be nice while I'm seed world farming to get a little notification saying, hey, someone's ready to fight.
Yeah.
Like, oh sweet, like this. I don't have to break what I'm doing to, because like you said, it is such a small, right now it's such a small part of the game.
Yeah. But the thing,
just because there's no reward for PvP right now, like even the claim system is like it wasn't valuable for the player.
It was just a fun gimmick to do.
Right.
To do it. I totally agree. But also, this was something I spoke with Upsin a few weeks ago about. I can't remember if it was last week, but I don't think so. So the fact that you can die whatever you do in there's no safety measurement, especially for PvP. And if I were to implement a global system for you guys to PvP through, it makes sense that I would make it so that perhaps you can't die in those duels, because the realism of going into an arena physically is already gone. So the realism that you can die wherever you want can be removed as well. So the PvP system would more or less be a way for you guys to battle it out and try builds out and whatnot. And the day that, say, there's 100+ player at any time in the game, I'd move the PvP system onto a certain tile or onto a certain area with the death mechanic in place. Because right now it would be a really weird thing if you're traveling the world, you're farming materials, you're upgrading, doing things, and you're queuing up against a random foe through the PvP global system, and you come into a duel and you actually die in the duel. It would be really weird because you didn't watch the fight, if you see what I'm saying. Like,
Right.
It's optional to not watch a fight currently, and you can die. Like you can click a dragon to fight the dragon and move on, and 5 seconds later you die. That's possible, but that's on you. It's your choice. But as soon as you can PvP through a global system, like you won't be sitting around and waiting for an opponent to show up. So whenever it happens, it could have obviously pause whatever else you're doing and just show you the actual fight. But that gets weird and confusing if you're in a dungeon and the dungeon cancels because you got into a PvP fight. So it pretty much needs to be an idle thing, if not an activity on the actual map. And whenever it's an idle thing, I think there are arguments for it not to be lethal. Like it's more a playground. You see what I'm saying? It
I
could
agree.
be. You can still get rewards from it, like feasible rewards that you can use. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I honestly think that if you implement something like that, even if we get a large player base, I think that that system should stay, like, because right now, like, or previously, when we did have a lot of players who were interested in PvP,
Yeah.
The dual feature was still, we still didn't utilize it because at the time, not everyone had access to enough materials to test a build that they didn't mind just
Yeah.
accidentally losing.
Yeah.
And it would encourage more people to build different builds, to try different builds, to get a feel for what PvP is like, so they can determine whether or not they want to go into the tournament. Because a player might see a tournament and be like, well, like I've grouped up in a dungeon with Zatanna. I see the damage he does. I don't know if I'm ready for that. But then they could go into the PvP and realize that they have a pretty good build and they're beating most of the players, so they'll actually be more inclined to try a tournament or try the death tile mode, which has better rewards. Like I think it should be something on top of your other PvP.
And I like the idea. I think we can take it full length. What I mean with that is that what I can't try is when I'm introducing PvP back into the game. Like there's PvP now in the form of duels, but as we stated, it's not occurring very much right now. But so PvP could be its entire own, not system, but there will be a tab in the top which actually basically says PvP, and you can try out all sorts of PvP, tournaments, duels, random matchmaking, team fights, and it's basically like the dungeon tile on top of your screen. So and it's one global dungeon tile, if you see what I'm saying. So you can form a group, you can find players from within that tab, and so I really don't like that idea of when it comes to realism and tying into the story, but PvP within itself, we could see it as an entirely its entirely own mechanic, so to speak, and if we do so, I think it's justified to have it like a global activity in the game. And also, I'm always talking about a single player in a multiplayer universe, which I always want to push for, because it's really important for the game to be somewhat fun, not having friends around or not having players around. Not because I don't trust in the game that there will be enough players to support such features like multiplayer features, but more in the sense that I want anyone who's playing WorldSeed to feel like they can have a fun time without interacting with other players. And by having the PvP functionality within a tab at the top of your screen, you can opt in or opt out at any point, and it's totally optional. And the game itself will feel more of a single player game. With that said, you should still see people like on this weird little menu bar that comes in when you encounter someone, and you should probably also be able to duel just for the sake of it, because it creates a little bit more immersion. And also when claims and conquest comes in, like it's basically a physical location activity, so I can put it in to the top of the game bar, whatever, but it wouldn't make sense. So those two PvP activities, duels and claim and conquest, should still be physical thing. but I think we can also add like a PvP tab with a lot of options for you to try out and play around with. And when I'm saying playing around with, it sounds like a placeholder for the real system, but it's really more like another way to play World Seed without limitations.
I like the sound of it. Like as long as there's one thing that I could do, like like you just said initially, just like a matchmaking based thing where I don't die. Even if that's the only thing in the tab, maybe with some leaderboard or thing to go along with it, of the different PvP types as well, like how many, like a leaderboard for, and something you can select or scroll through to like different leaderboards, but like how many conquests have you taken down, how many matchmaking battles have you won, how many duels have you won, like those are all fun stats that would be cool to look at. But...
and also something you're talking about now, I really want this to be a part of the codex, like the stats overall. And whenever you open a codex, there should be a dashboard, a codex dashboard, the first page of the book, if you will, with the general statistics of your character and what you accomplished, summaries for everything basically. So that should be like the intro to the codex. And with that said, like, I'm just agreeing to what you're saying. I'm just saying that the information would probably not be in the PvP tab. Perhaps like how many duels you attended and won, and like the general PvP statistics might be featured as you're entering that view. But yeah, certainly.
And then I was gonna say, no worries. Then I was gonna say, but like I said, that I'd be fine with that being the only thing, and then I have to travel to a specific tile.
All right.
Do any kind of other PvP that involves death, like if team battles, because that, I mean, I don't know, team battles might be hard to group together depending on like the reward system, because that's the thing. Like I think when it comes to PvP that involves death, players aren't going to do it unless there's a reward or unless there's just PvP addicts. So I will be in there just to see how many people I can kill, but I know there's going to be people who will never go because there's not a reason to risk their gear.
Yeah, I getcha. So another way to think about it would be that the PvP menu, I'm gonna call it the PvP menu, it's a lame-ass name right now, but so the PvP menu would have a non-lethal character like icon to it, so that players know that if I'm doing activities through this system, I can't die, and whatever you do on the map, you can die, for example. So that's a clear distinction of two systems that I'm okay with. I want everything to be lethal, but I understand that like a global system that's already off-pisting from the main idea of the game can be formed and made in any way because it's okay, it's justified. But as soon as something is on the map and it's not lethal, like say duels aren't lethal, but everything else is lethal, a lot of players will encounter the situation where they thought a tournament wasn't lethal because they ran a few duels. Like, you see what I'm saying? So it's important to me to be clear about every different thing about the game, and just not just have like a red text at every other activity that says this is a lethal activity. I really want everything to be in one another, and if we're putting it in a PvP menu bar system, I think it's okay for those activities to not be lethal. With that said, okay, so team fights, it's gonna go in, and tournaments is gonna go in, and if those activities are organized throughout the map, that in the sense that you have to find a location for them to do them. At the moment, no one will attend those things because you won't be sitting around waiting for tournament to start because there aren't enough players. And with that said, if there are several locations in the map that you can attend these tournaments, it will be even less. The attendance will be even lower at the moment. So what I'm thinking is that I'll introduce a PvP menu system, a general global one for everyone to be able to hop into and just fight with each other in different ways in team fights and whatnot. And there could be rewards to it. I don't mind. I think that's a great idea. as a starter, and like that within itself will will tell a lot about the game, if you see what I'm saying. Like many players might come to the conclusion that this game is unbalanced and I want to play it because PvP sucks and you can't win a single fight with this build. And that's a good thing, because then we can go back and evaluate,
Right.
yeah, and go back to the drawing board and things up and make PvP a more fun thing of the game. But as soon as it's random locations on the map and you don't do it very much, and when you do it, it's a horrible experience, people will just ignore the feature within itself. So I think it's a great idea to put it as a global feature for now, and maybe transition into a realistic way to engage with other players in the future.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, do you agree? What about you, Upset?
Yeah, I agree.
Spinach,
I will.
do you have an input on this?
Not really on the PvP. I think that I haven't played the game really enough to have so much to say about it. But yeah, it sounds good. And I think it's important to make it easy, accessible when it's so few players as it is right now.
Yeah, 100%. And that's also a thing I just want to. So currently you can spam down if you're tier 10 builds and loadouts. You can spam dungeons and get a lot of gear, and obviously that's not going to be like a pure endgame thing in the future when there are other endgame things to attend to. And at some point I will make it so that every hour, as a starter, every hour you can defeat one of each elemental boss, no matter if it's from the overworld or if it's a god. Like you can enter one dungeon from a specific element at any hour, and that makes it the dungeon feature will be more exclusive. It will be quality over quantity. That's what I'm trying to say. And also when you can go into so many dungeons right now, it becomes really a really weird thing, since there aren't very much players playing the game, because it turns into a luxury feature, if you will, where the really strong players can get reap benefits, reap rewards from those systems, while the weak players gets pushed even further from the systems in themselves if they're not getting carried and helped out with the dungeons. But that's something me as a developer I can't assume that the veteran players is sitting around and wanting to help players at all times. If you see what I'm saying.
I may not. I wouldn't say one, just because the questing, just for the questing system. I would say I would do four. Because then you have
the questing system changes with the Skyfall, so that seeds are obtained from killing monsters of the biome and not the gods, the bosses.
Oh, okay.
Don't
So
change
I
that.
have to go kill like 10 dragons or something, and I get a seed.
You have to
s-
kill every
Yeah.
every monster one type.
Yeah. So
Every month.
yeah,
Okay.
it will be more harsh on the veteran players, because it will be heavily RNG for those players compared to killing the bosses. But for new players, it will be 100% accessible, which is the goal of the system. So if you see what I'm saying, so weak players that can't solo or do bosses themselves will be able to get new seeds without asking for help. While
I would say it's gonna be just as hard. In the sense of like, because you have to kill every single mob. That includes dragons.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
Now, to find a dragon, you're either gonna need a seed.
Sure.
You almost always will need a seed to find a dragon. Like the chances of a dragon being an overworld are so low, and
Yep.
and then you're gonna have to find probably at least a tier 7 tile, and then even then you're gonna be lucky to find a dragon on it.
Yep.
Now, that's not an accessible fight for anyone who's like below, like shoot tier like a tier 9 if you're not all enchanted and stuff. So it's still going to be inaccessible to lower tier players, and there's no way for me to help a lower tier player go kill a dragon. Whereas I could go help that tier 6 go kill any dungeon.
So I hear what you're saying, and I agree to a certain. I agree in the form that dragons are very rare, but bosses themselves aren't rare at all, which makes it so that new players will never, if they don't grind for 3-4 weeks, be able to enter new seed worlds and experience those. And the same thing could be said for dragons, because you eventually you need to gear up to be able to defeat the dragon in the first place, and you also need to find a dragon. So if you find a dragon and loses against it, it will be a horrible experience. So one thing that I've thought of for this is that when you pick up the quest, the things that you need to kill are randomized to be 70% of the roster of that biome, if you see what I'm saying.
That sounds like a much more reasonable system.
To be honest,
especially if you can wait it.
I think it would be better to just take off the dragon, and like in the overworld, elementals are already like quite rare.
Yeah, getcha.
And I think that would be a lot more reasonable for like lower end players.
I can take off the dragons, but the problem is that the dragons are actually different. The rarity, the chance to encounter dragon is different for each biome. So before I take off the dragon and just remove it from the list entirely, I need to make sure that they are equally rare in every biome. And before I make them equally rare in every biome, I want. So the end goal game of that I have for the content of the different biomes is that every biome is going to have a roster of 10 creatures plus a boss. And currently every biome have 8 creatures plus a boss, with the exception being nature, because nature is going to have 9 creatures plus a boss as Skyfall hits, because healing is going to go in. So what I'm saying is, before I retweak the rarity creatures, I want all the creatures for our biomes to be in game, because otherwise I'd have to retweak every creature once again when all the other creatures in the game. If you see what I'm saying, it's a yeah. So I can take off the dragon, but in that case I should also take off the elemental, which by that point makes it super easy to get scenes, kind of.
I don't.
Yeah, I feel like elementals are a lot more like.
Yeah, I encounter those on the overworld.
And they are a bit easier to defeat too if you're like a lower tier. So
let me just have a moment and see the dragon. So this is behind the scenes information, and it's okay to be shared through YouTube. But so I'm gonna say a number and a dragon, so that you get the idea of it. So Fire Dragon is tier bound 8. Frost Dragon is tier bound 8. Nature Dragon is tier bound 9. Void Dragon is tier bound 8. Water Dragon is tier bound 8. Earth 9 and Lightning 8. So all the dragons are within 8 and tier bound rarity, which means at those levels they're starting to become somewhat common. They're starting to become common at those tiers.
Oh,
but
okay.
It also means that you can find them earlier. Like, it's not impossible. You can go into a tier 1 tile and find a dragon. It's possible. So what I said, like, I can remove the dragons, and it would make, because the okay, give me a moment. Elementals.
Yeah, because I was gonna say elementals are definitely like more like a
elementals
5,
are 6, 6, 6, 7, 5, 8 for the frost elemental.
Yeah, that one is high. That's the one everyone's complaining about when they're like, I can't find frost elemental.
fire 7. So I can decrease the frost elemental right here now. Skyfall, it won't make sense. The problem is that its stats represents a tier 8. But I can also see that the frost elemental shares tier bound with the frost dragon, which isn't good at all. So actually, let me throw this around for Skyfall expansion, because as soon as the frost elemental is down to tier bound 7, which is the max for any other elemental, it makes sense to exclude the dragons just to make the quests doable, and the frost won't be as harsh as it is now.
Now, can I ask about some of the other rare mobs, like for instance, like the Leviathan, for instance? I know that one's a very high tier
Yeah,
bound mob.
it's even more rare than the dragon. It's at 9.
So should something like that be like anything above tier bound 7 should be excluded? Or...
Yeah, sure. I think that's realistic, but the problem with that is that the other biomes that's not water will have fewer creatures to kill in order to obtain the seed from the quest, which is weird, if you see what I'm saying. So I want the same amount of creatures for all of these quests.
Wait, wouldn't water have the least?
So yeah, exactly. So
Well,
water would have one less, which I don't agree to.
Right. I mean, I
But at the same time, actually, we're talking. So the way I implement it for Skyfall is that the pairing elements. The pairing elements are the elements that you can obtain seeds from by killing the origin OG creature, so to speak. So if you're killing a set of fire creatures, you'll get the lightning seed. If you're killing a set of frost creatures, you'll get the water seed. And if you're killing a set of nature creatures, you'll get the earth seed. So in this particular case, I can actually do exactly what as we spoke about. Like elementals and dragons are excluded from the quest, which means those seeds are easier to get. It's not like instant get. You still have to find all the creatures, and you still have to obtain the quest. And the quest is tier bound because every entity is running on a tier bound system. So the quests themselves are tier bound 9, which means you will eventually start finding the quest at tier 6, 7, and 8. Which is I might decrease it down to 8. But these are really hard things to nail because on one hand, I want people to be able to somewhat farm the seeds. We spoke about this last week. Like seeds should be. On the other hand, I don't want to give players extensive amounts of seeds because that takes away from the quality of the product.
Well, even if we were able to get hundreds of seeds, it takes thousands and thousands of seeds to.
Yeah.
So I mean, whether or not like they're as common as they are now, or because I don't know what the rarity of the seed quests are right now.
They're tier bound 9. No, hold on. Tier bound 8 and 9. So 9 for the expansion content and 8 for the OG.
I think that's fine where it's at because it like every hour, like even if I'm visiting every town, some of my character, because I'm running 8 characters, and there'll be some that get more than 10, which is cool. But then there'll be a character that gets 3. So like
yeah, but at the same time your characters are at tier 10, right?
Yeah.
So when they're at tier 10, the seed quests are as equal as common as every other quest. And this number is purely to not give the quest too frequently to low tier players. With that said, tier 8 and 9, as I said, for the quests I think it might be a bit too harsh because the first seed that you get is at tier 6, which is great. And I want players to start getting the quests at around that level.
So you're saying lowering the tier is not going to increase the amount of times we see it. Like once we're tier 10, it's just going to increase the amount of times you see it while you're leveling up. Oh, that sounds fine. I don't, because I've leveled up 8 different characters to tier 10, and it's definitely a noticeable thing. Like when I'm tier 7, for instance, you know, I noticed that one was still starting to slag behind everyone else. Which, you know, is whatever. But I don't think that would hurt at all because, like I said, you would hit tier 10 before you've even thought that you farmed too many seeds.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna do this right here now. I'm changing it as you speak. So as soon as Skyfall hits, all the elemental quests to obtain seeds will be tier bound 7, meaning you will start finding them at around tier 5, more likely on tier 6, and they will be common at tier 7, meaning that you'll be able to pick them up in a... Okay, so with that said, again, I'm increasing the... this is so hard to balance, but it's more of a feeling thing, because I can't for sure know that it's balanced before it's been played.
You're also including more quests. I would like to note that. Like you are
Yeah,
including more
yes.
quests, so it's going to be a more diluted pool.
Exactly, but the most of the quests will be in the Lightning expansion itself, and seed quests can be found. I think they can be found from anywhere, right?
Yes, they can.
So you can find a water seed quest in the fire region, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Because that means they'll be sharing the full pool anyways. And the new quest that I'm going to introduce, most of them, like 1 or 2 might come into the overworld, but most of them is going to go to Lightning Seed World itself anyway, so they're not going to share the pool. But okay, so regular seeds, the OG seeds quests are at tier bound 7, and the expansion seeds quests are at tier bound 8. I think that's a good balance, because what I realized is that the expansion content, I want it to be somewhat like luxurious for new players to find a new world with new content that you haven't seen at all. But I don't want it to be a tedious task, like you're playing forever and they don't show up. And by having them at tier 8, I think it's reasonable. With that said, just coming into a void seed, if you're a elf player, that's a fresh experience for such a player anyways. And those quests will be at tier bound 7, so you'll start getting them as soon as you hit tier 6. You'll start getting them frequently, not as frequent as the other quests, but frequently. So the last thing I'd like to ask you guys about is the original seed quests requires you to kill one boss, and that's the boss of the region itself. Is that still feasible? Do you think? Should we keep it in, or should the requirement to get the seed from the quest be some other objective? Do you see what I'm saying?
So right now, because I guess I haven't, because last time I did the test server, it was still kill all 4 bosses to get the thing. So I haven't tried the new system, but
no, it's killed all the 4 bosses to get expansion seeds. I'm gonna call them expansion seeds. It's weird, but deep dives, water seed, earth seed. The requirement for those, as of now on production server, is to kill all the original bosses. But the quest to get the original seeds, like the frost seed, is to kill Varus and Varus only. Do you see what I'm saying?
I actually think it's a good one, because it's if you want to, you can like take more time and like solo it, or you can like type in chat or in Discord. So I think it's nice, in my opinion.
Because it's still hard on new players to ask them to be able to kill a boss, but since you're getting a seed anyways, like you're getting a seed from tier 6, you're good to go anyways. And I also made it, I don't know if you noticed this, but I made it so that you can't lose seeds when you die.
I did not notice this. The only thing I noticed was I didn't lose my bag, which I was happy about.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure I made it that way, because that's what I intended anyway. Let me try it out.
I haven't died in a seed world in a very long time. So.
Yeah, let me just try it out on live server. Because if that's the case, I don't have to be worried about players coming in, getting their seed from tier 6, and then just dying and not being able to enter seed worlds because they died with their initial seed. So I'm equipping water seed. Hold on.
I have to ask. I guess I'm confused about which seeds have the quest to go kill a bunch of things.
Yeah. So when I say expansion seed, do you get my reference?
Yeah, you're saying the deep dive, the earth, the lightning, etc.
Yeah. So to be able to get the 3 expansion seeds from quests, it requires you to kill a roster of creatures from the original biome. and I'm talking about elemental pairs. So if you enter your character screen, Spinner's made a great job with the hexagon design to showcase which elements are in a pair. Are you in game right now?
Yeah, no, yeah, I know what you mean. So like
Yeah,
earth,
yeah, yeah,
earth and
yeah,
nature,
yeah.
fire and lightning,
Yeah.
and water and ice.
Yeah, so to get the water seed, basically you'll have to enter the frost world and kill a roster of enemies. Like, they're simple enough. It's about finding them. It's not about being able to beat them in that particular scenario. But if you get the quest to get the frost seed, what you have to do is to kill the frost boss.
Okay.
Of the biome. Because I still like the fantasy of you having to kill like the miniature boss of the element itself, because the gods should be at top of the food chain. So I like the fantasy of you having to kill Varus in order to get access to kill, for example. And that's still in the game by doing this that I'm doing right now. With that said, to be able to engage with the new content, and all of the 3 expansions are new content for new players because they haven't played the game yet. In order to get access to the brand new content, it's harder to get the quest, but it's easier to finish the quests. And I think most players will find it a really exciting time to be searching for those creatures, to be able to enter these brand new worlds that they haven't even seen at that point.
I like it
rather than just having 4 hard to beat bosses that you can't do by yourself. The quest is just sitting there and it feels like a big gap in game design.
Right. I mean, obviously, the only thing that I don't like about the, I mean, I really like it for people who are still leveling up, who haven't hit tier 10, because it gives you an opportunity to go farm more. Because as it stands right now, you don't gain much value other than the seed quest out of completing the dungeon after the first time. And so I do like being able to go into the dungeon, like give me a reason to go into the dungeon. And as you're leveling up, going to kill a bunch of mobs, you've got potential for whatever they're dropping, and then that could be more seeds. So that's a fantastic way to get more people into the seed worlds to farm those seeds. The only thing I'm worried about now is your quest log is eventually going to be just all, like, you're going to have to pick. You know what I mean? You're going to say, well, I'm only going to be working towards earth or water or lightning, because you're not going to be able to every hour
I get what
do
you're
all
saying.
of the,
but
that's going to slow down the amount of
but I get what you're saying. But if you're removing the elemental and dragon, do you really think that will be the case? Because eventually, especially for you guys that have seeds for each biome, like killing every monster except for the elemental and dragon of the region, since you're having access, since you guys have access to the seeds, you'll be able to find them, to my understanding, within an hour anyway. Do you see what I'm saying? So
sure. Well, that's if I can go to a dungeon more than once an hour, because then I can knock out. If I go into the nature dungeon, for instance, I can knock out the troll. I can knock out the.
Yeah, gotcha. And you will be able to do so for the close time being. Like I won't change that this week or before expansion. And on top of all, like, we're talking about balancing quests, players, what the experience should be like, and whatnot. And the quests eventually, like, I want the quests to be offered in a. So currently, some players are reporting that you find the same quest twice an hour, and that's okay. That's a feature of the game, because you can upgrade 3 equal items to another thing. So if you find the same of two of the same quest, it's a good feeling in most cases, because you get getting double rewards. But eventually, I want there to be so many quests that getting duplicates shouldn't happen. And if it happens, it's just a cool feature, one of a kind feature. And I'm not zoning in on that possibility. What I'm saying is that the quests that the games provide should be, when we're talking about quality and quantity, I want the quest to be the feature. Like there should be tons of quests, like 100 times the amount of quests that there already are. And the quests that's in the game currently are pretty generic. Like the majority of the on the hunt quests, gathering quests, and whatnot. And I want there to be more quest chains and so on. So as I'm implementing more quests and more particularly harder or longer time to complete quests, the quest log will be clogged up anyway. You see what I'm saying? So I'll have to tackle that in a different way. And we're already talking about monetization and how we should and we're trying not to think of features that force you to pay to play, because that's pay to win. So if something costs to be able to obtain, as long as it's not pure power, in my opinion, it should be obtainable through regular gameplay. So if you're a veteran player, you can get it reasonably fast without paying money. So it's pay to speed. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not pay for convenience. It's not pay to win. It's somewhere in between. And when it comes to quests, say the new quest system is in place so that it feels like it's getting clogged up. You can't really catch up with every hour if you're focusing in on quests. At that point, I might increase it to 20 quests an hour, which makes more sense. It's double the amount. And on top of that, if you're somehow paying, I'm not going to mention the plans that we have now because they're not boned out yet. But let's say you're on the premium, or you bought this one-time package. You're going to get 5 additional quest slots, if you see what I'm saying. And those quest slots, much like the loadouts, can be obtained through gameplay. You see what I'm saying? So it basically just a little bit for those who are ready to support the game. Because eventually we need monetization ways for the players that are playing the game anyways. And it's not as important right now because the player base isn't very large anyway, and if we're asking for money to play the game, people it's less likely more people will join, so to speak. But that's something that's also that I'm not communicating very well with the community, because it's känsligt. It's a hard topic to talk about with the community, because it's about how much money do you want to spend. You see what I'm saying? Like we're trying to find fair ways to deal with monetizations, and before something is boned out, I don't really want to talk about it with the community, because then it will get opinionated by the community and so. With that said, I mean there are two parts of the spectrum. There are players who never want to pay anything at all, and that's fine. The game is supposed to support those at all times. Like you should always be able to play the game for free. That's the goal, at least. And the other side of the spectrum is that many players since the release have actually reached out to me and asked if they can support me financially or the game financially in other ways than the old Patreon way and buying the game on Steam. And there is no pipeline to financially support the project right now. So there will be during 2021 there will be some extra way to be able to support the game financially, so that it can sustain itself over the long run. So I went on a ramble about this, but that's something you can expect, and it shouldn't affect the game, if you see what I'm saying. It shouldn't change or transform the game or limit the players of what they can do, really. Okay, so back to
Yeah, I was gonna say we talked about PvP quite a bit, but with the current player base size and what's going on currently in the game, because I know we haven't talked about like what we're want to see in the like upcoming future, like
Yeah.
And I would say the Infinite Seed World is definitely the top for me because it's something that I will always be able to work on.
Yeah.
Even if the player base is just me on that day.
Yeah.
So, but whereas PvP, it's only going to be as fun as the amount of people doing it. So,
Yeah.
I think something that's going to let veteran players keep playing and something to draw new players in as in-the-game content
Yeah.
will
It's
be
one of
more
those.
valuable than
It's one of
anything
those.
else.
It's one of those killer features that I'm always talking about, and I also think it's the the easiest and fastest killer feature to actually add into the game because I have it supported already with the world generation. I just need to nail the fog of war, how you progress the world, the counter, the leaderboard, what you should be awarded, and whatnot. So there's work to be done, but it's the closest one to actually make it into the game, and I'm really looking forward to start working on it because it will be a really interesting thing to make pure technically. But
I
you want
also
to
think that is one thing that I really believe that you should put a lot of energy as fast as you can.
yeah,
on
I'll probably start working on it in January. I said there's no particular order. The Infinite Seed World came to on top of my mind as I wrote that list. So yeah, I'll probably focus on that, and that's great that you share the opinion on it. So okay. With that said, the Infinite Seed World should have some reward and or progression system. The clear progression system. Many times from the center did you reach? Yeah, basically, and that's not enough. Obviously, like your character should get stronger in some way as you're engaging with the Infinite Seed World. And so I have an idea for this now that we spoke about the PvP system. I want to hear your opinions on this. So when I set out to make worldseed, the first iteration of worldseed was all about loading bars. It might seem weird, but there were loading bars everywhere in the game. Both progress loading bars, like you do something to fill up the loading bar, and time-based loading bars. So you wait a bunch until the loading bars hits its full 100%, and then that activity is finished. So I love the idea of loading bars because, not bio, um, like whenever someone who engages with a computer in general sees a loading bar, that person gets the feeling of I want to fill this loading bar. I want it to go to 100%. That feels like the correct state to be in. And what I want to where I want to get with this is that what do you think about a progression system, both for the seed world but also for PvP, to have its own um, experience bar, basically, like a progression bar. So the more you engage with PvP, the more levels you hit the progression, and it could be linear, so that 10 wins in PvP gets you to the next level, and 10 levels of the seed world gets you to a new level, for example. What I'm saying is that it will be a easy, it will be a clear system for both of those big grand systems, PvP and PvE, for your character, for your count, how far you've come and progress. So you'll basically get a digit on your account which says 100 in the Infinite Seed world or 50 in the PvP. Do you see what I'm saying here?
Yeah, yeah.
And not related, connected to this progression system, there will be rewards for every single level of them. So when you hit a new level in the seed world, you'll get benefits for it. Maybe it's a choice. Maybe it's connected to a spec tree, like talent tree. And in the PvP system, every time you hit a new level, you get reward. So to me that makes sense. And in many games, I feel like developers are using bars like progression bars as an excuse to not hand out rewards directly. And but in this case, I feel like the progression bars directly correlates to that activity. So if your progression bar within the seed world is it's not really high, but if your infinite seed world level is high, you can feel proud about it because it's something you progressed over time. And to some extent that counterweights the fact that it's about getting as far from the center as possible, because in that case you have two different measurements. You have the tiles from center counter, which is the one that's being used on leaderboards, and you have the how many levels did you progress in the seed world. So they conflict a bit, but I think I can manage like making a system that takes both into account. Or yeah.
So I did have a few questions about the seed world or the like infinite seed world.
Yeah.
I don't know if these are things you've ironed out or are still working on, but one of which is, can you backtrack to do more of the previous ones? Like, let's say you've hit a wall and then maybe those skill points are what you need to progress further into the thing. Are we able to go back and continue leveling up that bar essentially?
So did I talk about Glimmer of Hope last week?
No, you
Okay.
did not.
So I don't want the seed worlds, infinite seed worlds, to be a place where you go to explore. I want the game to be a place where you explore. I want the seed worlds to be a ladder, if you will, a stress test for your character. So it's all about fighting creatures and not getting direct rewards for beating those creatures. The reward is that you can progress further. With that said, I think it's a great opportunity with the Infinite Seed World to have in each layer, segment, radius level that you unlock. It would be cool if there are something for you to find in that layer, meaning that you can run around in the current radius that you're in. When I'm saying radius, do you get what I'm saying?
Like the ring, like the level you've reached, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And so what I have in plans right now is that every time you unlock a new layer, there will be somewhere, and as long as you haven't picked it up, it will still be there. The problem with that will be that the further you get from the center, the harder it will get to find the glimmer of hope for that segment, because it gets a lot bigger as you go. With that said, I can just scale it mathematically so that on the first level, like, you can see the full circle on your first screen as you enter in the Infinite Seed World the first time, which is a good thing, because then you can just go out the glimmer and get a sense for what it is and why you're picking it up. With that said, when you unlock the next level, perhaps there are two glimmers of hope, and when you pick one up, both of them disappears. And at the third level, there might be four glimmers of hope, just to even out the chance for you to find a glimmer of hope for the particular level. And so what I'm saying is that even though you progressed far, you might not have encountered the hardest mobs, because there will still be a slight randomization to the power level of the mobs within each section or radius or whatever. So as you're realizing, like, I can't push further right now because my gear isn't good enough, you can backtrack and start searching for the glimmer of hope in the levels that you not yet have found them in. And also there will be some tracking of this, obviously, so that you know what level you're at, like what layer you're at, basically, and if you found it or not for that layer. So that serves double as well, in the sense that you can backtrack, which creates replayability, but also, like, the glimmer of hope is a one-time thing, and then when you find it, perhaps you get you'll be provided with permanent stats to your account and not your character in particular. I've not decided yet if you die with your character, if you're going to start a whole new seed world. I'd like to hear opinions on this. But with that said, since there are one-timers, like, every glimmer of hope will be a one-timer. Every player will really want to find their glimmer of hope for that section, that layer that they unlocked. Because it's permanent stats. There are only benefits to finding those, pretty much. So what's your opinions on this, and also the seed world should reset on character death?
Considering that these are going to persist, like, over all of the like
But-
hours of play you
Yeah.
do and such. I don't see it as something I would like to see reset because like let's say I finally make it out to the 100th tier, you know, like but then I go die not even in the Infinite Seed world. I go die in a duel.
Yeah.
That to me doesn't seem like a reason like a duel like because that's where I'm gonna die more often is PvP.
Yeah, getcha.
And
So I can say this. I agree 100%. And if Spinners and Upsin doesn't have anything to add on it, we'll just make it like an account feature.
Yeah, because I feel it's hard to when you die and you put in all those hours in the different
Yeah.
Infinity Seed worlds
But-
and then it's disappeared.
But it's also relative in a way. So let me explain. If you die with your high-end tier character, you go back a bunch because you don't have backup gear, let's say. That means that when you equip your new gear, if you can't get it your old gear back from the Spire anyway, so when you equip your new gear, you'll need to start over in the Infinite Seed world anyways. The only difference will be that the Glimmer of Hope is already picked up, so you don't have to backtrack anymore, which is a good thing in the first place. But also, your score, like the max that you've ever reached, will be stored, obviously. So you'll still be on the top of the leaderboard even though if you die, and that's a good thing as well, in my opinion. Like it's something that you can be proud of for what your old character accomplished. But now that you're weak, you can't accomplish it anymore. And in a sense, it will always also be a goal for you to overcome. Like my old character reached, as you said, tier 111, and my new character can only reach like 90. So I know I have to improve to be able to overcome that old. So it's basically a way for your own progression to set a own goal for yourself. If you see what I'm saying.
and that, another question about the Infinite World Seed would be is so like let's say you know there's I don't know 10 tiles around me that's the tier 1 and
Yeah.
if I beat one of those tiles is that checked mark forever or is that something that if I go back on that tile I have to do that fight again?
It will probably checkmark forever.
Check mark forever. Okay, that's what I would.
That makes the most sense. The seed world is supposed to be a reset with a like and that also ties into the fantasy of the world itself. It's a world that is frozen in time, so to speak.
No, I like that. I was just making sure that was the case, and it wasn't something like every time I come back to the seed world, I have to fight 100
No. Yeah,
times
so
to get back to my tier 100.
you're raising a valid point as well. This is something I've thought of. Do you think the seed world, the infinite seed world, should be? But that's okay. So the one way I could make the seed world, infinite seed world, every player gets the exact identical same world, which means that if you find a route to push like 2 or 3 tiers further than the leading player, even though the player that's leading has better gear than you'll feel great about that finding. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it definitely needs to be the same.
Yeah,
Like,
because if it's randomized, then like let's say, because you know it could just be that one of my 8 characters gets a pathway that's you know I just happen to roll goblins the whole way to 100.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I don't agree with that because randomness is just mathematically a linear thing, anyways. And especially as you're moving out from the center, the larger the areas get for you to find routes. Do you see what I'm saying? So it doesn't really matter if every player's world is differently generated. It really doesn't. But what happens if we have the exact same world is that you can basically suggest to a friend a route that you found that's feasible for a certain build or something. Do you see what I'm saying? So it gets to be something that you can chat about if it's the same generation. But if it's different generation, it'll even out eventually anyway. But I like the idea of identical generation because it's a special world, and the rest of the game is identically generated anyway, so it just makes sense. But with that said, so my idea my initial idea for the seed world progression, in the way that you're sacrificing trophies to unlock new layers, was that if you sacrifice a bunch of nature trophies, you'll have a greater chance for the next layer to be generated with nature properties. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so you're saying like each quote unquote like ring, because I'm just
Yeah.
like
Let's call them rings. Yeah, sure.
So each ring, like the element that each tile can be will be
based on what you sacrifice to unlock that layer. Yeah, that ring.
So that means that like we might have so we don't have the same fight.
So what I'm saying right now. The problem being that my initial plan to unlock new rings are based on the fact that you can not customize but choose your path, so to speak. You can choose if you want your infinite seed world to be generated with purely nature tiles, and that might not be the best idea. Like, do you have any other ideas for it? All the others.
I thought that it was going to be something more along the lines of like each ring has just random tiles. Like
Yeah,
I could
me
run
too. Like you can
to a
have
fire.
like fire, and then like the water seed might be
So-
next
so-
to it and stuff.
So I like that as well. That what I don't like about it is the aesthetics of it, because a water tile next to a fire tile won't look good at all. Like, it will feel like
What
a
about
complete mess.
ring? Like first rings void, second rings fire. Like
Yeah,
it just
sure. And the pattern could be randomized, because what we're not talking about now is the seasonal things, and seasonal might come into the game, and on a seasonal, so to speak, reset, there it would be logical that the infinite seed world is generated based on that season for everyone. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's identical to everyone, but it's regenerated throughout seasons. That would be logical if seasons were a thing. But if we're doing, like you said, with a pattern, like a pattern, in my opinion, isn't really the best solution to
right.
it.
I mean, I was just saying like that to me sounds like a better idea like
Yeah, sure.
than having a full void infinite seed world, because then I literally have no reason to make other gear sets.
Yeah, sure. What I'd like to add to this is that Void is eventually going to be a superior. It's harder to come by, and Void attunement will be applied to all the attunements. So if you have 1% Void, you'll have 1% in every attunement.
Wow.
That's going to happen at some point, probably attached to the Enter the Void update. But so that's future plans, and Void in particular won't like the full world won't be Void, because that would make no sense.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking, like, I'm talking about Fog of War, and the Fog of War might be desert. So desert that you can't see where the enemies are at, and on some tiles, Death himself will be present, which means if you face him, you'll die. So you have to unlock. You don't have to unlock, but you should unlock not to die randomly. With that said, okay, so I can generate the world identically for players, which I probably will do, and the order of elements should also be random, but it will be the same random for every player. But I think and I feel like we're missing out on a design opportunity if we're not allowing the players to customize their world, like choosing how it's gonna be rendered, if you see what I'm saying. Because in that case, if the way to progress your infinite seed world is trophies to the world tree, which is my initial idea anyways, like it will just be a trophy sink. Like, you put all the trophies into world seed and the world will get progressed, and there will be no like color to it. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. You just sacrifice a bunch of trophies, which is fair. It could be fine, but I think we're missing out of design space.
You're even with your random. I mean, sure, it won't feel as custom, but if let's say ring 2 is fire, then the world tree could tell you, hey, you need to, like, if you want to unlock this next ring, you need to go collect fire trophy.
Yeah, sure. That I actually didn't think about that. I think that's a really good that in particular not forces in a way or another forces the players to actually go around the entire world, which is a goal in the first place. Because eventually, okay, so if we're running with my initial idea of the seed world, what's going to happen is that a undead player, take an elf, for example, a elf player will start up in the nature world, will accumulate a bunch of nature enchanted, have nature resistance, be less, not be strong against nature enemies, and eventually, as they unlock their first nature seed, they'll progress into nature seed world. They might found a few nature seeds, and they'll upgrade those nature seeds and there's no risk to it, which is fine because you're progressing, you're enjoying the game a lot, especially at the beginning. And when you're engaging with the infinite seed world, what you're going to do is you're going to take all your nature enchanted trophies and just progress the seed world with those, which means that you'll face even more nature creatures, which will be easy. But if it's like you're saying, uh, um, it forces players to discover more parts of the game, but it will also give you the feeling of like, oh wow, I'm being really lucky now because next layer, which is at 110 tier level or whatever,
Is my
is my element. And with that said, my elements is any element for veteran players because veteran players will have attunement for any elements anyway. So I think that's a really good idea actually because that it means that you'll get the feeling of like, oh, I'm meant for this, but you can't decide yourself how the world should be generated, because if you can decide yourself, there will be a weird balancing thing where elves can progress purely through nature, and nature enemies might actually be a little bit easier than frost enemies in general.
game state, then it would be everyone would be doing a void world.
Yeah, probably. I agree. Yeah, I think can say because I like that idea a lot. One more thing I'd like to add. Do you think there's any reason for not being not having to unlock the next circle? What I'm saying is that should you be able to skip a circle and progress through it by going through the fog of war if you have the balls for it? Do you see what I'm saying?
I guess I just need to know a little bit more about the Fog of War first. Okay, if I use the trophies to unlock the second ring.
Yep.
That means that I can see every tile on the second ring.
Yes.
And then, but the third ring, I cannot see. It's random. Like what? I don't know what I'm about to step on.
Exactly, but you can go out infinitely and get infinite amount of points if you're not stepping on a creature that you can't beat and or death himself, which will basically kill you. So there's a soft lock to the system, which makes that the further you go, eventually you'll step on death himself and you will die. But if you can see the land, you won't even risk the chance of stepping onto death himself.
Is it because he's not going to be in an area that there's no fog of war, or is it because we'll be able to see it?
That's a really good question. So also tied to the lore itself, Enter the Void update is about empowering the Void element, because the Void element should be superior. It's the actual corruption of the world. It stands beyond any other element. So my idea is that the element of Void won't be a element that can occur in the circles themselves. So the Fog of War will basically be desert. So it's a desert. It's not actual Fog of War. And the desert tiles will be lowland. All the desert tiles will be lowland, representing that you can't see what's on them. And so it will feel like a big desert in another direction. And under the hood, what I will do is that I'll generate a normal desert world without the gathering, and on the what I'm imagining is that the danger zones themselves will be death himself zones, so to speak. So that there will be pretty frequent, if you can imagine. Like every other tile that you step on will be death himself.
So you can risk trying to go, or further without progressing the world tree thing,
Yeah.
but you're going to die a lot.
Yeah. So I have different opinions or thoughts about Death himself. So Death himself is basic safety for people not to progress further than they should, and it's also a way to make it so that it feels like a progression system and just not a randomly like you find the best path to not fight anything, just to progress further. If you see what I'm saying. But when it comes to Death himself, I visualize it there to be a way for actually defeating him. But that sounds a bit weird because that defeats the purpose of him being there in the first place. But Death himself could also be a reflection of yourself, and if you face him, you enter a duel with yourself, an exact copy of yourself, but it's the representation of your death. So it's not like the Spire; it's more like a copy of yourself, because the Spire is an old copy of yourself, if you see what I'm saying, and with the premise that the fight will go until death. So no matter what you put your sign on, if you face Death himself, it's basically a copy of your own character, and both of you will fight until the death. So it comes down to a 50-50. Which if that can tie into the story, I think that's a good idea, because that means if you accidentally go into the desert, which you shouldn't in the first place, and find Death himself, there's a 50-50 chance that you actually survive, and it's even so that Death himself could reward something really cool. So you can throw the dice at a 50-50 at any point to actually defeat Death himself and gain some benefits from it. But obviously, the higher up in tier you are, the riskier it is, because you lose more of your time, like more progress spent, so to speak, progress made. And to answer your question, I went on a rant, not rant, but yeah. So Death himself should only cure within the Fog of War region, which probably will be the desert region.
Okay. So
you don't have to worry about him if you actually progress the area.
But it's still just a chance to find that tile. I mean, like you said, it's gonna be danger. It would be like equivalent to danger tiles, so it'd be pretty common.
Very common.
But if I landed on a regular tile by chance, and then because it's still gonna be like the. So here's something that I'm curious about, because if the world is going to be generated the same for everybody, and let's say I'm the first player to make it to 100, I know that on ring 70, I know where all of the danger tiles are because I can see them.
Sure.
Does that mean that I could say, hey, if you want to give tier 70 a try, you can go on this particular tile, and you will.
You raise a valid point. Yeah. So with all games, you can exploit the fact that information sharing experience, and in this particular scenario, if we go with the route of everyone generating the same identical world, obviously you can share the information with players so that they can skip through various pathways because they haven't unlocked, but they can still see. And I mean, we could try to tackle that, but eventually what's going to happen if you share a player, that player is going to reach to your point where you're at, and as soon as that player tries to navigate or progress further, that he's going to be one shot anyways, because the mobs at that level is going to be too hard for him because he hasn't progressed his gear properly, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it in terms of it becoming an issue where players are progressing too fast, because like you said, it's going to be difficult. And honestly, if this is a competitive system giving me stats, I'm not likely to share this anyways, because I'm going to PvP, and I'm going to use it for my 8 characters, sure, but I'm not going to
I get you. So I think that's an issue we can solve if it turns out to be a problem, and an easy solution that I can think of is that as soon as you're crossing a border to a new circle, you'll get a special fight that's the fight to enter the new circle, if you see what I'm saying.
So that would then make two gates to unlock a new ring. That would require the trophies, quote unquote. If you wanted to do it all legit, then
Yeah.
you would require the trophies and the fight.
Yeah, and the fight would pretty much be like I could still generate different fights depending on where you exit. Like every exit onto a new circle will be a unique fight with a power level approximate to that level of where you're at, just to make sure that people can't zigzag based on information they shouldn't have in the first place. But what I'm saying is that that's a solution that I can see I'll put into the game if it becomes a problem, that you can share the routes with different players. But at the same time, there's something beautiful. There's something beautiful about being able to share the routes, because also like Glimmer of Hope, I haven't decided upon if that should be locally generated or globally generated. Say it's global generated, it defeats the purpose of Glimmer of Hope, because players will share the locations of them, even though like if you progress up to a tier 100, maybe you share the from 1 to 70 just because,
right?
And you'll leave the rest because you feel like it gets too competitive. People can catch up to you if they find their Glimmer of Hope fast enough. So it should probably be locally generated. But say it isn't, that means like people could go on journeys with their friends to map out how they should wander around without encountering anything, which to me is kind of nice. It's a tedious mechanic, if you see what I'm saying. Like, it's a really weird mechanic for someone to share the screen or see that the computers next to one another and point, oh, here you and eventually the only thing you get is permanent stats to your count, which is good, but you're not getting, you're not progressing further in the world, because eventually gear outweighs the permanent stats anyway. But it's just a reflection upon this. So I mean, it should probably just.
Well, so I don't think it really will be too much of a problem if you're still including something like an experience bar for beating X amount of fights, because then if there's a bar for me to fill up that gives me rewards or gives me a rank,
Yeah.
then, I'm inclined to do every single fight on a ring.
So okay. Next level ideas here. So let's say that for every fight that you do, you increase the progress bar, and the progress bar is mirrored to the length of the infinite world. It means the progress bar will be infinite, but what I'm saying is, to be able to progress to the next level, like gain small tidbits of progression within a certain circle, you'll need to kill creatures of that circle. So you can basically go around and find what you want to fight, just to be able to progress. And as you're progressing, as soon as you unlock the next level within the progression system, the Glimmer of Hope for that level pops up, if you see what I'm saying. So the progress bar correlates to where Glimmer of Hope has spawned. That's
Okay.
also because that means even though information is shared with himself, you still need to kill things throughout the world in order to unlock your Glimmer of Hope, which you then can go search for when you unlock it.
So then it would just be like you at least need to do like 5 fights per ring or 10 fights per
exactly.
ring to.
Or it could
unlock
even be
the next
it
Glimmer
could
of
even be one fight that doesn't to relate to the progress bar. It's just that whenever you win a fight at a certain ring, the Glimmer of Hope will spawn for that ring. Yeah, but so I think we've spoken enough about the Infinite Seed world. I have things to sort out, but most importantly, I can start developing it early next year. After this week, I'll go on 2 week holiday, and after that, I think the Infinite Seed World is next in line, among with like bug fixes, performance issue fixes, and things as always, as we're going. But
A gold glitch.
yeah, Infinite Gold Glitch.
I actually have a bug.
Yeah.
I have a black screen. I can't log out. It says you entered ruins, and that's it. Can't click anything else.
So it doesn't load in.
No, it loads in, but it says you entered ruins and black screen in the background, and then nothing.
But the overlay doesn't.
I can see the chat, the log, quest.
If you hover in the center bottom, can you click escape?
Center bottom.
Like
where the escape card would be.
Yeah. Can you click the escape card through the darkness?
Nope.
Okay. That's actually a bug. Have you tried reload?
Yeah, I have. It doesn't work.
So I'll check the server logs of this meeting. I should bug fixing it. But so can you log out, and I'll just remove your group, and you'll be free.
Oh, if you're removing a group, can you please remove the one from the Frost Dungeon?
I'll remove all the groups. It's harmless.
Awesome.
It's a harmless action. Have you logged out, Epson?
Yeah.
So you should be able to log in now again, and let me know if you're out of the dungeon. And all the groups are removed. Cool. So to summarize what we spoke about, and the Infinite Seed World will be prioritized early next year as the in start of development for it. Besides from that, we also, and I will probably add this to the email as well. So one weapon that you'll send the cloth weapon thing for me as a reference, and I'll try to fit it in somewhere, because it's just a good thing to have more things being cloth based. A favorite system, I just want to talk about this a tiny bit more, but favorite system is something that's going to go in. I might find time throughout the holidays to make this system, because this is a system that it shouldn't take too much time, but I have always not prioritized it, because I feel like that there are more important things in its place. But it should be a fairly simple thing to make, and I think it's a great addition to the game anyways. Claim and conquest system is gonna have to be fleshed out, and as long as there aren't like 50 players plus a day, I feel like our goal is to have a lot of players playing the game. So the claim and conquest system wouldn't make much sense anyway right now, and the progression that you get from it isn't magnificent anyway. So I will re-implement it. I really like it, but I'll redo it as I re-implement it. So CD World is probably going to go in before the claim and conquest system comes back. PvP system tab. I really like the new ideas that we have for globals. So hopefully I can prioritize that right off. And the quest for the seeds, I'll change them right after this meeting, so that they don't include the dragon, and so it's feasible for any player basically to complete those quests. So that's basically a summary of what we talked about. And going back to the favorite thing for the item. So I think Spinach might have some things to add to this. But so worldseed, to equip things and use things, it's a one click. There's no drag and drop in the game. And eventually I want drag and drop to be a thing, because it makes sense. So it should be both click and drag and drop. And the good thing with only having click is that I'm always, like, the game is always promoting the fastest way to get things done, if you see what I'm saying. Like a click to action is faster than anything else. If I click an item, it will be equipped, done deal. But as soon as drag and drop comes into play, like, it's just an alternate way to equip stuff. And many players will probably like that feature because it's a great feeling to equip your things by yourself and not seeing them hop around in the interface as you're clicking them. But what I want to add here is that to favorite a thing, it could be as simple as holding down a key and left clicking or right clicking. But the problem with that is as soon as I introduce right clicking, like it feels like right clicking should have a bigger purpose other than just favoriting things. But I could implement it as a right clicking feature. And if it's about left clicking, obviously that's going to compromise the equipping things. So what we can have is when you hold left click over an item, a small menu pops up which gives you additional options to what you want to do with the item right now. And this kind of small menu that I'm talking about, I believe you can be when I'm saying a menu. But so I don't really recall any great game that I played like a hit and run game or a farming game or a game that actually have menus for when you're clicking items. It's not very gamified and it feels more like a website, and I don't like when it feels like a website. I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to make a game where things feels organic and realistic. And with that said, in the future, like cars is gonna have a more 3D effect to them. If you see what I'm saying, like it should feel like an actual card on the screen. But if I went into the route of items being like, if I went to the route where if I click an item and there pops and a small menu pops up, other design opportunities opens up with that. So for example, like I don't really like the idea of only being able to sell stuff in marketplaces. It makes sense in a realistic way, but let's say I can sell stuff right from the inventory or from the upgrade system or wherever, like that would be a part of it. So if I click an item, I will basically, as a starter, get equip, and I would also get sell. And if I click sell, another view would pop up with all the things that I'm about to sell. But yeah, as you can hear, it like it.
I understand that in the city, but it feels weird that you could sell something in the wilderness.
Yeah, but also like if you're standing in the city, no matter what tile you're standing on, if you can sell no matter what tile you're standing on, it's still a little bit weird for players to figure out that when I'm on a city, not in a city, I can sell stuff. Like it becomes a little bit weird. And if worldseed itself promoted like clicking stuff to be able to choose options about the thing from the very get-go, this wouldn't have even been a discussion. But it's a matter of committing to the idea of it or not committing at all. And
instead of being able to sell, like just right click and sell, what if it's like right click to mark to sell? That when you do visit the market, you just click one button and everything you've marked to sell is sold.
So that's kind of the opposite of favoriting things.
Well, right, but having both of those options, like those are your options when you like right click or whatever.
So I don't dislike the idea. I think it will become a bit confusing if you have both the worlds, because then what happens to items that are not marked with neither of them? They would also go into automatically sell. And in the case of you farming for 5 hours and then going to the market, it's kind of tedious to have to go through all your items and mark them, sell this item. So it's a weird problem.
To be honest, I like the current selling system.
Yeah, okay.
Like I just want to put that in. Like I like that you need to like go onto the map and find the town and sell your stuff.
Do you ever find a need to sell seeds ever?
Sell
a seed?
Yeah, sell seeds.
Heck no.
Maybe in the early game you can like get 1 gold and like buy bags with it.
Yeah. But, so what I can do. Okay, so when seeds entered, 1 gold is supposed to be a lot of money, and for veteran players it isn't. And I wanted seeds to be a really valuable thing, which they are if 1 gold is a lot. But since I added tiered seed worlds, there is no real reason to actually sell a seed ever.
Well,
And
higher tier seeds still cost only one. If
yeah,
they
yeah,
would,
sure, and
if
it doesn't
yeah,
it doesn't scale. But as I said, so the reasoning behind having seeds being a valuable item in the game, like in value, was because it would be a trade-off. So if you're ready to sacrifice an entire seed just to get a bunch of money, that's up to you. But now that seeds are fundamentally implemented in the game in a way that you'll always want the seed for an upgrade in the future, like I shouldn't expect people to want to sell their seeds. With that said, I could just put them at one copy so that they're invaluable. We call it invaluable. Never mind. You see what I'm saying? And also exclude them, like I exclude them from the auto upgrade feature. I can exclude them from the marketplace because that's across the board change to the game, which I think is good because it'll make more sense for players that seeds aren't included in any of the automatic systems. If you see what I'm saying.
I 100% agree with that because like right now, of course, I'm not too worried about me getting rid of all my like, let's say tier 6 gear.
Yeah.
But in the future, like, you know, a favorite system, that's really more for once PvP or once the claim system is ranged. Because if the claim system stays in the current state where I need to match the tier of the person I'm fighting, then I'm gonna need to be able to favorite a gear set so it doesn't sell.
Yeah.
Or dismantle, or that way I can just click, just like select all for dismantle, and it's gonna leave out all of my gear sets.
Yeah. So, Upson, if you're fine with it, I'll just exclude seeds. Because I can imagine you're fine with it because one goal for you is way. But just in general, like, do you feel the need that do you feel like the game should give you the opportunity to sell seeds for a profit, or should just seeds be one of those mechanics that because they're already a special kind of item in the game?
They're not more valuable than a sword though.
Yeah.
Like a tier 10 sword is more valuable.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
But
sure.
like if we think about like when you are like tier 4, tier 6, actually, like you can get the seed like in the overworld, like that can happen. And if you sell it for 1 gold, it could be like super useful for bags. Now, like the first thing I thought, like when I saw 1 gold price tag on the seed, is like you can get a lot of bags with that. Like you can get a higher tier bag, like not the end tier,
but also in the future, exploration cards should be more fun to click on.
Oh yeah, if that. So I think overall, yeah, it's maybe a better chance to like you can't sell like. Seeds.
But I'll drop the value down to 1 copper to promote the fact that you shouldn't sell the seeds for now.
Yeah.
And I might make them a exclusive thing, not exclusive, but luxury thing in the future, whereas the price scales as well, so that if you have a tier 7 seed and you feel like I can go with my tier 6 or my extra tier 7, you can likewise sell the seed.
Yeah, and once you hit tier 10, you know.
Yeah, you have like and then game seed anyway.
So I think the ruins are bugged for some reason.
It might be the multiplayer server. I'll look into it. So we
like last time also like fight starts in 1 second and then everything freezes, and probably if I log out, like if I shut down my copy like browser, then it will just be black screened like before.
Yeah, hold on. I'll check the server logs right now.
But I think that a bigger problem is that money isn't really valuable. You don't really have anything to do with money except in the start and then to buy bags.
Yeah,
that's totally the only thing that you use money for. So I don't really see a big reason to sell stuff.
So
that is a bigger problem that you should think about first.
What I can do is just to generate the market a bit higher than the rest. But the thing that like tier generation for every tile, I want it to be the same across the board, and that's why
I
marketplace.
have a suggestion then for making markets more valuable. Make the frequency of enchanted items in markets very high because
Oh yeah,
that
because
gives
those I
you
buy.
enchantment materials. Yeah, every time I see an enchantment material
Yeah,
when I happen
instant
to
buy.
cross a market, I buy it. Yeah, because that's something that I can use to enchant a piece of gear.
So I like the idea, but it doesn't tie to the realism of the game because
Yeah, but and the problem is that enchanted gear and enchanted items are the same value, which is like
yeah,
super weird. Like I think that if you enchant it, it should be like double or
so
triple.
yeah, in a game design perspective, yeah, it's a bit weird, but it's also the idea behind it is that you feel like you found a really good deal to find a socketed and or enchanted item from the marketplace. But the problem with marketplaces, the fundamental problem is that they scale for tier 1 through 4 players at any times. Like it's so rare to find a high tier market in the first
Well,
place. And if high tier markets were a thing like regular, you would have something to do with your money pretty much because it scales with the money as you go. Because a tier 10 item is twice as expensive as selling it, if you see what I'm saying.
yes.
I think it's twice. But with that said, like I want to make marketplaces more interesting in the first place.
Yep.
Like more things being sold. But the reason for why I haven't applied more things to be sold is one, if a materials get sold, like one material isn't really exciting. I think it's not really exciting, and in that case, I need to add the function for a player to choose how many of certain item they want to buy. And secondly, like I'm a little worried that the game will be balanced if you can get you can obtain whatever you want from a marketplace. If you see what I'm saying, the game is about exploring and finding what you need. It's not about going to the marketplace and just
Oh
purchase.
yeah, I definitely don't think you should add materials to the market. I'm just saying like so to me a market is where you've got merchants who have gathered together to bring their best wares, which I would have a
Yeah, I want
easier
to add
time
to this.
believing
Yeah.
that
So I
a
100% agree.
enchanted item would show up.
Yeah, I 100% agree. But the problem is that if you're wandering around all the market and find random enchanted things all across, you take away from the
Not
from the
100%. I'm just saying making them more more common enough that you know it warrant. Because I don't go to the market. I don't. It's only when they're in my path
All
that I
right.
stop at one.
Yeah, cool.
So
But
if
okay.
yeah, if I had more reason to visit markets, then like
So
bags added a reason, but now I don't need that reason. I'm tier 10 and all my bags are 990 plus.
so the question here is that how would I communicate such a thing? If let's say I increase, I think it's so a market item, just like anything else, there's a 4% chance. So the big difference is that tiles, you wander across tiles all the times. You're finding monsters, you're finding gather, and 4% becomes larger, so to speak, than 4%. But marketplace are there are so few of them, so 4% is actually 4%. If you see what I'm saying. So I can bump it up for good reasons, and say it's at 20%. That means, or let's say 33%. That means one of items is not 100%, but mathematically you should get one enchanted item per market. Fine. So I think 20% is fine for this purpose, because that means every other marketplace you should find an enchanted item. But how would such a thing be communicated to the players? Because the veteran players, as of today, would still not feel like marketplace is a fun mechanic of the game. And as they realize, shit, there's actually some enchanted gear here now.
Patch notes, buffed marketplace. That's all you have to say to
Yeah,
get the curiosity of anybody. Like,
Alright.
It doesn't have to like represent like, oh, now I changed like how often you get enchanted. Just to put like marketplace, like chains, or I don't like something like that, and it generates the curiosity, and
Okay,
that's it.
yeah, that's a auto include. I might even be able to put it in before Skyfall, and I like that. So we'll start with. I really like that idea. Let's talk for 10 more minutes. I like this. I get a lot of good feedback. So
I'm here all day.
yeah. So another thing is marketplace enchanted items.
Pitching one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I started to think about is somehow to be able to compare two items when you're in your inventory.
Yeah, we have that in the Trello. The large ass Trello.
Oh, yeah,
Many players have throughout the history of the game suggested that feature.
Really irritating to have to remember the stats.
So I 100% like the idea, and it's gonna go into the game, just as volume settings and keybind settings and keybinds for most things should go into the game eventually.
UI layout adjustment.
Moving
my own UI.
Yeah, that should also go into the game. Like all these features, I have just been down prioritizing them and keep down prioritizing them because they're not fundamental to. And as soon as I find time to implement them, I will. If they were like a hour or 2 hour job, they would already be in the game. But all of these feature takes a bunch of time from other development. So and but just to talk about that feature for 1 second. So the most logical thing would be that the tooltip of the item that you're hovering is in place where it is right now, no change to that. But side by side with that tooltip, you'll see the current gear that you have equipped. And I don't know if there are occurrences of the tooltip that's far to the left and right, which means that your item tooltip could go offset the screen. This is one of the reasons I haven't made it, because there might be many weird edge cases for me to handle to make the comparison tooltip look good, if you see what I'm saying. Like, it has to do with the whole layout of the game. So that's one thing. But I also don't want the comparison tooltip to pop up at all times, because then you basically have double tooltips as soon as you're hovering on equipment, which is super weird. And World of Warcraft solves it with holding shift as you're hovering on an item. But as a new player, there's no way to tell that's an actual feature in the game. Like, you have to hear it from a friend to know that it's there. So with that said, do you spinners in particular have any suggestion for how to present to the player, like press this button to see the comparison?
I would say that one way to do it would be, if I know that you're not into it, but if you use the right click and get a menu, then
sure. Yes, sure. So
and then the tooltip from what you're equipping has equipped is just shown on top of that item on your gear, not the side.
I get you. So we might come to a conclusion really soon that it's a really good idea to have menus pop up for items.
I don't really agree with that. It doesn't feel like a game. I think that a lot of game has the right click, but maybe it's just me.
I'm not sure either. Like, it's I want the game to be 100% a no-brainer for what to do then is a certain point. And as soon as you can right-click, a menu pops up with different choices depending on what item you chosen. And let's say you're in a city, sell option pops up, and then you have to make the realization yourself that, oh shit, I'm in a city, that's why I can sell this. And for some items, when you right click, like a socket, you as soon as you can right click an equipment to equip it, you will assume that you can right click a socket to socket it, a gemstone to socket it, but that's not the case in the current version of the game. So it becomes like a weird mechanic where, and obviously experienced players will learn how the right click works by trial and error, but it's still like, it's a new layer of complexity added to the game that that's never been in the game. As I always fall back to, as long as I can go without having the right click to the menu function, I think it's a good thing because it minimizes friction for the player in the game. But okay, so one
I
quick.
would just add like a key binding page where you can see what key binds you can use.
Yeah, and that's something. But with that said, there are two different kind of gamers. One is the kind of uh, whenever you're starting up a new game, you go into the keybinds just to find out what you can do in the game. Like you're skipping the tutorial, but you go into the keybind just to see what you can bind and what you can do. And while that is a good thing, I don't think that's really great game design because then you have to go behind the scenes to know how to play the game.
I mean, to be fair though, I don't think a lot of players even know that you can click 1, 2, or 3 to equip different loadouts.
Sure. So that's something I want to present.
I didn't know that.
That's something I want to present in a better way, Satano. But with that said, it's as long as it's not fundamental to the gameplay, because as you can tell, Absenic didn't know it, but it can still use the loadout system by clicking.
Mhm.
So as long as it's not fundamental to the gameplay, it's fine if that's not presented up front. And as soon as the keybinds will go in, that will be like there will be a way to find out how to actually.
Well, so I mean that's an easy solution. Anything that's essential to gameplay, just add into the starting quest. Like
Yeah,
create
sure, but
that upgraded sword you made that has a gem socketed into it, you know, on the quest. Like, go ahead and have a quest that says favorite this item by clicking shift, like shift clicking.
Yeah.
Like.
By the way, Upselling, are you locked into the dungeon still?
Oh, I will test with logging in.
Let me get you out first. So you're out. You shouldn't be locked anymore. Okay, so yeah, that's a distinction that I can make. But in this particular scenario, when it comes to item comparison, my upfront suggestion is that if you're hovering an equipment and you have something equipped in that slot, the corresponding slot, side by side to the tooltip, there will be a label and an arrow, and the label will be vertical. That's the first vertically labeled thing in the game, but it says shift to show or something, and an arrow. And if you press shift, the label will fade out, the arrow will fade out, and the tooltip will pop up. And if you release shift, it will go back to its normal state. So it basically in interface it will tell you what key to press in order to see the comparison. What do you think about
That sounds fine. I mean, because like, you know, it doesn't take like much, like just the dual thing. Like, it's small text, but it tells you can die there. You know, like
Yeah,
it
sure.
doesn't take it. You don't need something
Yeah, sure,
expensive to tell me that I need to do something.
but I like that comparison, Satana, because in my opinion, the text in the dual box clogs down the game itself. Like there's floating text in the area that's obscuring the view of everything else in the game. And I know it might sound picky here, but it's still like as I'm creating WorldSeed, I'm trying to. So I'd really like you to see the initial map that I made because I'm learning to be a game developer as I'm had like all kinds of tiers were all over the place. Didn't have a vision. There were the icons that you see in town was printed on every single tile so that the player would know if there's a combat and or gather on the tile. Danger zones weren't a thing, and as danger zone entered, every tile was marked as a danger zone. So what I'm saying is that the map was clogged up with icons. The game was still like fairly fun to play, but it got overwhelming with information and borders, and that's
don't feel
especially
like there's too much information right now because
yeah.
like just the example of the fact that he didn't know that you could press 1, 2, or 3, or 4, or 5 to switch to your different loadouts. Like that's something that, you know, when you're like, and it's not even something that has to be there consistently. Like for instance, if I click on my character and I hover over like my loadouts thing, there could be a pop-up that says that I can switch with these keybinds, or you know, like As
I
like
totally
you said,
agree.
like when you hover over an item, like when the tooltip pops up, I don't see any reason that there can't be slightly more information on keyboard shortcuts or because there's not very many things that even have keyboard shortcuts at the moment. So
Yeah,
like
Like
we've
seriously.
disabled the open the character select. We've
Yeah.
one way that you could take as well. I know that you hate it, Kim, but uh, uh, tooltips that show up anywhere on the screen that is just like game tips um, that you can switch off, or you just have it from tier 1 to 3 that just gives you small tips throughout the game, um, and that is one way to deal with it as well.
Yeah. So. Uh,
And I know that you hate those.
Yeah, we spoke about that about, and I hate it if it's a matter of for every particular scenario of doing something in the game, there's a different tooltip popping up for you the first time you see it or whatever,
Mm.
because that will feel like whatever website you go into, you will get the pop up of you won $1 million, click here to obtain your money,
Mhm.
kind of scenario. So I want as few pop-ups as possible and information as yeah, but with that said, like we spoke about this tutorial thing, and that's gonna go in for sure. And for you, for Upsin and Satano, it's basically gonna be a menu item in the top bar that says with a notification digit how many tooltips you have yet to seen. You can enter the menu to get a tip with an image and an arrow pointing towards the interface where this is relevant, which says, for example, for the first time you log in, you will get the tooltip up in your face with an arrow down to quest logs that says, this is your quest log. Uh, uh, Start with the basic quests. It will teach you the fundamentals of the game. The thing that I wrote to every single player at the end of the game. And you can, by one click, there will be a button there that says disable all tooltips for the future of the gameplay. Or you can start browsing through them one by one. Uh, uh, so that tutorial system will be in one place, the relevant thing for what you're doing if you're clicking it, and you can opt to not see it anymore as soon as you start playing. And many games have a similar system, but what I like with the system is that it's consistent. Like as you as a player, as soon as you understand how the system works, it works the same way wherever you are in the game. Whereas if we're having tooltips for different areas of the interface at different points in your gameplay, uh, in my understanding, it gets confusing and frustrating when there's information popping up that you have to attend to. It's a weird thing, but that's something I'm gonna make for the game in the near future as well.
I think that's really important for importing for new players.
Yeah. So, Upsin,
Yes.
I just entered the dungeon and it works flawless for me at least.
Okay.
So what dungeon were you referring?
Ruins, the same one that you're at currently.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I can't currently test it because I have a check mark.
I can go try it out real quick.
Yeah, please do. So yeah, because that's a big bug if you get locked in the dungeon. I need to sort it out.
Oh, and you wanted to ask, I know last week you asked me how long does it take to fill up inventory.
Yeah.
I started seed world farming, maybe 10 minutes ago, with an inventory of approximately like 400.
Out of 900.
Of 995, and it took about 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes.
Really? So, like when I do it, I will only do it in one zone because then I actually didn't get it full if I do it only in one zone.
Did you do it in a seed world? I don't know.
Yeah, I was seed world 10.
Yeah. So.
Oh, 10. I don't do 10.
10 minutes. I mean, it's such an edge case, as you might understand, since you're a high-level player with gear and seed that you got and so on. And I mean, now that you understand that you sometimes have to go to town to sell and craft stuff, as long as those things aren't tedious, wouldn't you be okay with just going out of the seed worlds and do that once and then go back every 10 minutes? Because if it's about 2 minutes or 5 minutes, it becomes tedious. So this is
it would depend, right? Because like now it doesn't matter to me because I don't need anything.
Yeah.
So like the only thing that I'm looking for at this point is mysterious cubes. So you know that's something that sure.
How many Lotus slots do you have anyway?
I think one of my characters has 7.
I think that's a cap as well, right?
I don't know.
No, it should be 9. It might be 7. Might be 7, but I'll open it up to 9 because it was 9 with Patreons being a thing. So I'll open it up.
But I just completed the rune dungeon.
Damn, I have things to do.
And that's why I was like, you know, that's why I'm saying anything that lets me progress is what I'm looking forward to because I have nothing to progress on.
Yeah, gotcha.
Like sure I can go try to farm a few more sets of because last week you also asked me if I got a full perfect void set and tier 10 shell and bag are now void. So full void. Done deal.
All the tier 10 items.
But the bag does not while the bags can be enchanted, they do not give attunement. I don't know if that was intentional.
So bags can be enchanted in the sense of randomly obtaining it from upgrading, right?
Yes, the 1% chance to get a bag enchanted.
So I know that, and it's a side effect that I don't care about right now, simply because I want bags to be able to be enchanted, but I haven't figured out a real good like effect of like what should happen when they become enchanted. So just be happy that it's a rare thing for now. But eventually enchanted bags will be a thing. But the thing is, like seeds are enchanted, but they still don't give attunement because I removed that, and it's in the patch notes. And so some items are magical by default, such as trophies and seeds, and they still should be. And yeah, that it's my headache to find lean solutions to what happens when things get enchanted.
Which I was gonna say about the whole seeds not having enchantment anymore. Max attunement. Yeah, the max attunement that can be reached for a. Well, I'm gonna have to go with a void character because I don't have a nature set on mine.
You also need Titan's Kappa.
Yes. So if I switch to my no, so I had 49% void attunement.
Yeah.
And so that means that max attunement could technically be 55, right?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is good.
Yeah.
Like a majority always feels good for mid-max players, and above a majority, like 75% and above, turns overpowered if the effect is strong enough, and the over effects are really strong.
Well, I'm just considering that this does play an effect into races being stronger than other races in terms of PvP builds.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's a balancing thing I'll handle as it becomes not a problem, but as I introduce PvP, global PvP, I'll keep a closer look at.
I'll try to think about it a lot more because it's just something that just like literally just occurred to me. I was like, wait a minute, if I make a certain race, then I can actually kill this build easier.
So this is true for everything in the game, that one change causes a ripple. But to me, the most important thing is that it's somewhat balanced and it's somewhat realistic to the fantasy of the game, and it's consistent. Like things should be consistent in a way that you understand. So when seed were in your inventory, it made sense for to provide attunement because all the 9 slots can provide attunement. But as soon as I removed it out of the inventory, like visuals, I found the sign opportunity to decrease the amount of attunement that you can obtain, because eventually there could be a attunement creep in the game whereas there are too many items to provide attunement. So it's gonna be like this for the entirety of the game, that I'm bouncing back and forth and always trying to. I'm not afraid of reverting things just for the sake of realism and balance. But as you said, it could be imbalanced in the other way, that people depend on their extra 5 attunement for resistance or proc effects for the builds or whatever. But that's just a product of me.
Yeah, I was just because the whole thing sparked off of I didn't know if you were aware that bags had no effect whatsoever once they were enchanted.
Yeah. Cool. So I have to round this up. I'm gonna look into 2 bugs, or tomorrow morning. I don't know if I can manage it now. And I have a text to write for the newsletter. I have to finish that one before I go for the day. But do you have something more? And also the next weekly. Hold on. Calendar should actually be in 3 weeks from now. So that would be the 6th of January next year. And I'll keep you posted about it. But as I said, I'll go on a 2-week holiday starting next Monday. Meaning I will be there for the game if a bug occurs or if a lot of people showing up. I'll just work with the games to make sure everyone having a nice on board. But I won't be actively working on the game full days throughout those 2 weeks. Yeah. Is there anything else you would like to discuss or mention before we wrap it up?
No,
So
don't.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to the infinite seeds.
Yeah, same.
Like, that's
So
the biggest thing.
And the lightning
thing
update.
that you can a thing that you can do during those 2 weeks is if you can think of any concern regarding the information I presented you with the Infinite Seed World, post it to me so that I can involve it. Because obviously there's gonna be like weird things where how the system translates in the game itself, because I want to keep it consistent so it feels like an addition to the game and not an entire new system. So there are already a bunch of like mechanics that's alienating the current concept of world seed, but hopefully in a good way, that people like when as you play the Infinite Seed World, you'll feel like you're still in world seed, so to speak. What I'm saying is that if I add the rainbow kittens to the game, they would compromise the whole concept of the game, and the Infinite Seed World would be such a new system to the game that it will be alienating the game a bunch when it comes. But eventually people will like get over the fact that this isn't how World Seed is supposed to be played, if you see what I'm saying, because that will be a part of how World Seed is supposed to be. The same goes for Rainbow Kittens. Like if I add Rainbow Kittens and then I add the Rainbow Unicorns and Rainbow, people will eventually catch up with the fact that this game is gonna include rainbow entities, which is fine. but yeah. So if you what I'm saying is that as you're thinking about the Infinite Seed World, if you can find some not caveats but clear problems with the mechanic itself that we haven't talked about, or that I might have not thought about, please bring them up so I can involve them in the development.
Yep, will do.
I guess then I just have one question so I can ponder it.
Yeah.
Do you have an idea of feasibility of like limits? Like, I mean, obviously you did say that it's not going to. I mean, it's infinite, right? But there's going to be eventually a hard cap where.
Yeah. So the first iteration of the World Seed won't Infinite World Seed, there won't be the diminishing return and stat squish. I call it the stat squish. That sounds like a nerf, but it really isn't. So the diminishing return of stats won't be a thing as the Infinite Seed will, because I'll add that as another update. But what I'm saying is that instead of scaling the creatures vertically, I'll probably scale them horizontally as a starter, meaning that you'll face more and more creatures. So the difficulty will scale by the number of creatures at a certain point as a starter. But eventually, as I implement the diminishing return of stats, I can have both scaling vertically and horizontally, so that in some cases you might face 5 pretty weak wolves, and in some case you might face one wolf that's really strong, and in some case you might fight one wolf and a dragon, and they're both like, the dragon is pretty weak, but the wolf might be strong in that case, if you see what I'm saying. So right now I can only scale horizontally, but eventually I want to be able to scale vertically, which means that what you said is true to a certain degree, that there will be a hard cap for what items you can obtain, because the items you can obtain have a certain cap to them, because there's only so much stats that you can get. But as soon as the Glimmer of Hope is in place, and also talent tree system and ways to improve your gear beyond what's possible right now, like those 3 things combined will make it so that the Infinite Seed world will make more sense and be an even more fun experience than it's already planned to be. Yeah.
I was just wondering if you had a like a cap, like an ideal distance from the center in mind already.
You spoke about the number of 100. Yeah, actually, like if it's a matter of, how should I put it? So if it's a matter of 1 trophy per circle, that means that you can push like 10,000 circles a day in the form of progression, related to how strong you are when it comes to creatures. So it's all about the balancing thing. But I think 100 is a really good starting point. Like every 10 of layers, so 1,000 layers. Okay, so the first layer should be corresponding, in my opinion, to players at tier 1, and the second layer to players at tier 2, and the third layer up to tier 10. But then there should be like a smaller scaling happening for the other layers, and I'd like it to be linear. It's always scales a little bit higher, and not like there are certain thresholds for scaling to change. But as it stands right now, I think it's hard stats that I have for the game. So the stat squish needs to be present for that to be possible in a good way. As stat squish, then diminishing return. But it could also be a matter of like, the first level is tier 1, the second level is tier 1 through 2, the third level is tier 1 through 3, the fourth level is tier 2 through tier 2, the fifth level is tier 2 through 3, if you see what I'm saying. So working with spans as we're going higher. That could also be a case, and I think that's more likely to be the actual case, both for before the stat diminishing return system and after the stat diminishing return system, because that would add variety to what you actually face and encounter in a set circle. Because if it's always like exact these tiers of monsters, it's not as fun, and that's true for the overworld and the seed world. But it's fine for those cases, because in those cases you want like strict how this works, because as you're entering a danger zone, you want to know what you're facing. But as you're progressing, the high risk, high reward scenario should be even more prevalent in the Infinite Seed world than it is in the other worlds, because eventually, like, the Infinite Seed world is about you risking your character's life basically to push further. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, I really not. Thanks for your time and thanks for all the feedback. I collected notes and I'll put them in my Trello. And yeah, Infinite Seawall will be the highest priority after New Year.
Awesome.
Cool. That wraps it up.
Yeah.
Thank you. And have a good one.
Yeah, bye.
You as well.
The holidays.
Bye. By the way, Satana, were you able to enter ruins?
Yes, I entered it, completed it, and left.
Okay, thanks. I'll keep an eye out, absent if it's an actual bug or if it's something weird on your end temporarily.
Yeah, okay.
But I really have to go.
Yeah.
Family dinner, so
yeah.
I'm not prioritizing that right now. Yeah, cool. See ya.
Bye. So I currently made my armor build better.
Nice. What'd you do to make it better?
Oh, I was I had the two-handed trident,
Mm-hmm.
but I put coral ones or whatever they are called.
What's the damage of a tier 10 core one? I forget. And other stats.
55.
Oh. 55. Okay. But it has no offensive stats, right? It just has armor.
Oh, it's 5% armor and 30 health.
And 30 health.
Yeah. So current health is 305, but I can take it a lot higher. Like I'm using a frost scale to get like my armor. Like it only gives 15.
Okay. Yeah. Pull up my character that does.
You're kinda. I didn't really hear you.
Oh, my bad. So I've got one character that has a perfect rolled Loras for my armor build.
No way, really? Like, what?
Yes.
10
well,
armor.
No.
Oh,
That's not perfect.
oh,
for
you
me.
wanted, yeah, you wanted damage too, right?
I wanted 2% armor, and I got my 2% armor, and then I got 80% critical damage.
Oh, really?
Yes,
No
that
way.
is the highest
Oh!
rated stat on a Loras talisman.
Oh, I so wanted. Oh, son of a bitch.
Yes, and not only is it 80% critical damage, but it has 2% armor, which is the exact amount you need to only use 2 armor gems. It is just the most beautiful thing.
I have a 3% actually.
So
Armor.
yeah, so
But everything
for
else is
armor,
fucked.
yeah, you either need 2% or it's 4%, to change the amount of gemstones you need. If you're using my build, that is. Yeah. Wait, so the stats, right? So with God rolled gear, you're looking at 160 health, 136 damage, 95% armor, 50% critical chance. I'm using daggers.
Okay.
So they have a higher damage than the War's Tusk Blades. I give up a little bit of crit chance, but I gain critical damage, which I found to be more valuable than armor pen in general, like for siege farming. Bosses, obviously, a War's Tusk Blade would be slightly stronger than a dagger, I think. I don't know. I'm having trouble like
Forest Tusk
deciding.
Blade
Like
tier 10 is 58 damage and 17 crit chance.
58 damage is old. That's the old War's Tusk Blade.
There are newer ones?
The new War's Tusk Blades are 50 damage. Yes, you've got
Oh,
some.
haha!
Yeah.
I have
So
both too, actually.
Yeah, my main has like Zatanna, the character Zatanna has 2 War's Tusk Blades that are old. So I'm trying to look at, you know, like what would be best for, because when I share a build on the Discord, I don't want to say, yeah, my legacy items are the best.
Yeah.
You know. So I'm on the fence between daggers, because they've got 15% critical chance and 5% critical damage, which is very nice. That's kind of right in line with the worst Huskblade and higher damage.
I have 5% critical chance, by the way,
You have 5% total?
on my armor build, yeah.
Oof. I've got 50% on my armor build. But then, or going with like one worst Huskblade and one Moonblade.
Moonblade.
Moonblade, they have critical damage as their high stats. 15% critical damage and 5% critical chance. But they cap out at 50. They're 58, I think. I think they 57 or 58. I don't know. Actually, I'm just at the mark. Just take one. Yeah, 58. So they have 58 base damage. Which is the same as old worst Huskblade. You're just losing critical chance, but gaining that 15% critical damage. It's just you have to find that if you're trying to go for damage, of course, you always have to find that sweet spot of how much crit chance is worth sacrificing over other stats.
Yeah, actually today I made 100% crit chance.
Nice.
With the Dragon Slayer weapon. It has nice 50% critical chance.
I haven't
which I like.
messed with the Dragon Slayer too much yet, just because one-handed weapons, just lost so much value to me.
Oh, definitely, but I just want that 50% crit chance because then I can like stack gems and stuff with crit damage. Because like crit chance is not like the only thing you need.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The bigger, like I really want one day to be able to like equip the what's it called?
The Wither.
Yeah, like 100% and like the wither. Oh my god.
So the highest crit, at least the last time I did any calculation for it, like I haven't done all the new items yet, but like back in the day, I did figure out the maximum crit chance you could have with the Wither, and I believe it came out to around 56%.
Yeah, it was so low, man. But I believe now it's
fair,
a bit better.
To be fair, I'm running around at 50% crit chance. So, and you're going to be sacrificing. I don't think it's worth it.
Oh yeah,
because
but like the health is not there. Like yeah, you do like, but the Dragon Slayer only has 105 damage. Like it's still quite fucking low.
Yeah, it is lower for how many. The Wither though has.
Oh, that's 91. That's even lower, actually.
Yeah, I mean, but you do get 350.
Yeah, like that's so much. So yeah.
I mean, do you want me to do a quick? I can.
Oh,
I can
no,
run a
no,
quick
no,
test
no,
to
no
see
need.
how much.
No need.
Oh, I've got the amount of material that I can do anything in the game. Like hundreds of tier 10 gens. So I'm not worried about it.
You have hundreds of tier
hundreds.
10 gem stuff. Oh my god, fuck off.
That's why when it comes to like PvP, I'm always talking about like, there's not.
I've really done a crappy job at farming. I'd really like to know how many hours you have on this game. Oh my god.
It was I don't know. It's been a crazy time.
And you have tier 10 seeds?
Yes, I do.
What the fuck?
All 8 of my characters.
When the fuck did you have time for that? Like, do you play 24/7 or what the fuck?
Remember, at one point I was running macros that were automating seed world farming.
I mean, yeah, I can. How did you fix the problem that uh, breaks the fucking?
Oh, I set the macro every hour to relog in.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
Yeah, I'm just.
Refresh the page.
My macro is
Because
currently.
it used to save your password, and
Yeah, it doesn't now. It's so
right,
annoying.
it's a security.
Yeah, I understand.
I agree. I wish it was still there too. It's so much faster because when I'm switching between, like when I have to, like when one of my characters breaks, like obviously they all have the same password to make it easy, but like when one of them breaks, I have to re-enter their email address and the password, as opposed to before it was just, oh, change, you know, the one number. Because like, you know, I think well, 7 of the accounts all have the same email address. It's just
Yeah.
email 1, email 2, email 3,
Yeah.
email 4. And yeah, so now I have to also enter in the password. I'm like, gosh dang it. So yeah, I spent a good amount of time, and that's why, you know, a lot of my stuff wasn't shared, is because I didn't even know I got it until later. It's like, oh, all of my characters have 2 more seeds.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Like I made a really basic one, like with my mouse, like macro, like just down, like ESC, and just mouse is on only in one spot and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, so I've made different kinds. I've made one. I told you about the last one I had where it was dynamic, where I had a macro for each keystroke, to do all the different actions, which was so nice. That improved, like, me wanting to actually sit down and play the game. I have finally made all those.
Shit, I went in with my fucking block build.
Uh-oh. Can always retreat. If it's a dungeon.
I can't. It's a
Oh, it's not a dungeon.
Tier 5. Oh, come on, please take at least one down. Okay, one is down. You can do it, man. You can do it. Scorch, hold up, man. Hold up. Oh my god, I will do it. I will actually do it. Fuck yes. Oh no, no, no. I'm taking damage. Come on. Yes! Tier 4. Moas. Oh my god, one more hit and then I would have retreated. Yeah, I'm currently testing the armor build to see is it like percentage wise better than like dodge build?
100%. In Seed Worlds, 100%. The only Seed World it's not is water. Because Leviathans have 100% penetration.
They are bitches. Like,
yeah, they
if
are.
you, like to farm the water world, you need to dodge build.
Yeah,
or a block build, but
no,
but
because I did the calculation.
Like in tier 10, yes, but like I'm talking about like tier 4.
Well, okay, sure, yeah. I mean, you know, even facing like 5 tier 10 Leviathan, sure, you only need like 1500. But that's still like
that's max, basically.
That's max durability. Now, to be fair, there is, you know, you can argue like, well, if you use an Orb of Crushing, and you're water attuned, you've essentially increased that by another 75%, making your effective durability like, you know, almost 7,000 something. But then, you know, it's still a matter of, can you deal like,
it's a luck question, because you maybe don't hit them all at one like kill and then move on to the next.
That's why I was really hoping that the lightning one would be cleave damage, because that would be the only way to make block builds viable in Seed World. If you could
Yeah.
do cleave damage.
Maybe it will change to that, or an accessory that instead of the necklace that like you have 2 gem slots, you have like something that helps you focus, something like that. That could also work actually. But yeah, I need to I need to go. So yeah, it's been
Alright,
nice
so
chatting.
I will post a picture in the Discord of the maximum damage possible from a wither for you.
Yeah, okay.
I will make a wither build for you.
Thanks. Okay, bye.
Yeah, have a good one.
Okay, I will end the stream.